A big special thank you to Captainhoers for animating that intro, who got it done in like a week. Horse, thank you so much. That was a great fucking animated intro you made.
It's interesting given what I have to say about Arbu later, but
yeah, really.
we'll get to that.
I've been wondering, what was it like doing another animation about Arbu like years later after Toffee?
Toffee 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I did kind of just make Toffee 2 on autopilot. No, it was actually kind of fun. It was one of those things where it's like I get into a flow and I just bang it out surprisingly quickly, and I'm just like, oh yeah,
you got it done really fast.
I got like,
yeah, it was really quick.
Yeah. I mean, I did feel a bit lazy in the pitch, just kind of literally actually reusing.
No, that was
the
fine.
walk cycle from Toffee, but yeah, you liked it. So
yeah, and I loved that shot you did of little Pip hopping with drugs for Cutie Mark. That was I was actually really hoping you would reuse
drugs
that.
For Cutie Mark.
It just says drugs, and she's got like an Apple logo on her.
Yeah,
nice.
So before and also Heartshine, welcome back. Thank you for coming back.
Oh, yep,
It's always lovely to have you here. I'm kind of glad that K-Cat never adapted Liberty Prime into Fallout Equestria, and I don't think that would have worked out very well anyways.
I did.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, no, it was a Make Love the War. Anyway, continue. We're not talking about that.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you adapted Liberty. Oh, nice.
By the way, you can purchase Duck and Cover and Make Love Not War from the official Fallout Equestria print project.
Only X$9.99. I don't actually know how much it is.
Yes.
I didn't come on here like prepared to sell things.
And one final general note that will like get us into the actual discussion. I wanted to bring up an observation that Fuzzy had brought up in the last podcast, where he made the observation that Little Pip's Pip-Buck takes an anti-machine rifle without getting a scratch. Now, obviously, the force of the shot causes her arm to dislocate or fracture or whatever. But as I was reading through Volume 4, I had an epiphany about how a Pip-Buck could take an anti-machine rifle round. And,
oh, no.
and this is getting a bit into conspiracy theory territory, but just bear with me here. There is a recurring leitmotif through Fallout Equestria that when Stabletech builds something, they build it to last. Like, they built the stables, obviously. They built the single Pegasus project towers, which are still standing and running 200 years later. And some of the terminals Little Pip hacks into that are also still running. And the Pip-Bucks.
Right.
Which, all of this equipment is very resilient, unnaturally so. I have reason to believe that Apple Bloom tapped into the magic of soul jars for her projects with Stabletech.
Figured that was where this was going.
Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering if that was where it was going to. I was like, oh no.
And I can back this up. So,
okay.
Okay.
Season 1 establishes Apple Bloom going to Zecora as a sort of mentor.
Right.
And
oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I dropped.
Oh no.
I dropped. It's fine. It's just like on the floor here. Continue. I'll just make some. I can just cut this. Okay. Continue.
Okay. So, and K-Cat has gone to severely autistic lengths to include every little last bit of lore and world building and like every single reference you could think of and jam it into Fallout Equestria. Like, even in the upcoming volume, when Little Pip and Co. go to Old Only, and they go to the hospital, and there's the hospital abominations, even the hospital abominations have the fucking Fluttershy stare that freezes Little Pip and Zenith. So, if K-Cat goes to such great lengths to include those little details, I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that K-Cat would think to herself, well, if Apple Bloom goes to Zecora as a mentor, maybe that's how Apple Bloom would learn about Soul Jar magic.
It kind of follows, aside from the fact, though, that, you know, I see that, but I almost feel like that would have also made more sense if she got it from Rarity, considering that a lot of the zebras seem to react really negatively to the existence of the Black Book. Like, every time that it's brought up, everybody's like, the zebras are like, no, don't mess with that thing.
I like the idea.
That was bad.
I like the idea that, like, the zebras are just like, oh, don't touch this Black Book, and then, like, you know, Rarity gets her hands on it, and, like, they're like, they're not so much it. Like, you know, ooh, spooky, is just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What? You know, you're handling radioactive waste. What are you doing?
We're back to ponies aren't all actually that clever.
And like it's never explicitly it's never explicitly detailed like that, but it's I think there are enough strings here and there that K-Cat had that thinking in her mind, but didn't actually implement it into the story. The best thing I can say is that there was a cross ministry effort between Image, Awesome, and Stable Tech when they were building the SPP towers. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
I feel like that connection is maybe subtextual because
I
have opinions about subtext. We'll get to that. But like I feel like because Apple Bloom and Zecora's like mentor relationship, it's blink and you'll miss it in the first season.
Also,
much more established in later seasons.
Another blink and you'll miss it is the fact that there are 16-hour days in Equestria by Calamity saying Pip on your 4.
What the hell?
So yeah,
I forgot.
Yeah,
why would the?
Because in one episode, in the background for one shot,
I remember the 16-hour clocks.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what on your 4 is the relevant. Oh god.
Yeah.
So yes, K-Cat would implement those blink and you'll miss it details.
Yeah, I mean it was a different time. It was season 1. We only had so much,
details and lore.
only so much material to go on, so we made it last. And God, did they take it for all it was worth?
Yeah. If K-Cat is autistic as I am when it comes to nitpicking details, that's definitely what I would do as well.
16-hour days still just kind of. Oh god, just make calm.
And just one last thought before we actually get into the podcast. Even having 16-hour days in Equestria, that also even is like a nod to the gameplay, where like the days are shorter than they usually are, you know. So
well, I mean,
it also has that gameplay feel to it.
Are the days actually shorter, or is it just redenominated like the French Revolutionary Clock?
I have no idea what that reference means.
The French Revolutionary Clock?
So, so after the French Revolution, the first one, in the revolutionaries' infinite wisdom, they basically decided to try and, replace all of society, kind of thing.
Right, I remember this bit.
Kicking down churches and making them into temples of reason and stuff. And they had they
generally went badly for them.
Yeah, it was kind of a clusterfuck. A clusterfuck over images of the terror. Sorry, I just make editing jokes in my head. They made like the revolutionary calendar, which was a rational calendar with 10 months, and it wasn't actually that rational because 365 days a year. But they also did a revolutionary clock, which had 10 hours in a day. And they also did the thing where it's like they reset it to year 0. It was a thing. They tried. It wasn't very successful. Didn't catch on.
It doesn't sound like it'd catch on. I mean, the whole like losing at Waterloo probably didn't help either. But,
I think it was already abandoned by the time of Napoleon.
Oh, probably. But yeah, that's I don't know. The reason why I was thinking comp was because in a lot of like science fiction things, if you're dealing with planets that don't have standard hour rotations, like everything is still set to like the standard Earth day of 24 hours, and then anything else is just considered comp time.
Oh,
and so like if you have like something that has like for example in David Weber's Safehold series, Safehold has a like a 25 an hour 25 and like a quarter hour schedule, so everything runs on 24 hours, and then there's this 1.25 hour Langhorne's watch is what they call it. But one of the things that they mention is that back in the colonial days, they would have just referred to it as comp. And it's just that compensation for the fact that the rotation isn't the same as Earth standard 24-hour day.
Yeah, I think that shows up in Kim Stanley Robinson's Mars trilogy as well. There's like the extra like 30 minutes or something.
Right, yeah.
Anyways, we have gotten way into the weeds.
we're nerds and we like
we do.
Stories.
Nerd things?
Okay, so jumping into Fallout Equestria Volume 4, The Shadow of the Ministries, we're going to try something different for this podcast. Sure. Because we're going to go with our overall thoughts and opinions on this volume, because I think talking about this, we all sort of agreed that there wasn't really a whole lot happening. I mean, there was a lot happening, but like, it's weird. This volume is really weird because it's pretty much padding and side questing for what, over 100,000 words.
Something like that.
Yeah, I
honestly.
I've actually.
Go ahead.
Continue. Yeah, sorry.
Honestly, actually, this volume. So again, I'm probably going to be referencing this a lot, just because I know that this is something that has come up before. But I know that one of the inspirations that KCAT had for this was Babylon 5, and this volume honestly felt like the first season of B5, where it's this padding and stuff that's setting up for something else, but it's like, I don't know, if you've never seen the show, this is the reference will go over your head, but it's basically like, there's like, I was waiting for the generic, like, you know, like zebra, you know, religious episode where they're sitting here and, you know, the zebras don't want them to heal with magic potions because magic is evil. And meanwhile, the B plot is Calamity and, you know, Little Pip killing raiders, and that's actually 17 times more interesting. If you've seen B5, you understood that's a really funny joke. If you haven't, never mind. But yeah, it was just the entire volume is just this very interesting lead up to a lot of other things, but it does mean that there's a lot of just not going on.
Allow me to just provide a brief summary of the entirety of Volume 4. So, we open up with Pip and Co. leaving Splendid Valley with the mission of, okay, we're going to Canterlot to get the Black Book. That's the sole purpose of Volume 4 existing. We're going to Canterlot to get the Black Book. However, things go wrong at every possible turn, because like and this is what frustrates me so much about Volume 4 is like a lot of the distractions are so contrived, because they leave and then they get ambushed by the hellhounds.
We'll have plenty of time to talk about how frustrating the distractions are. So if we can like avoid getting distracted from the outline until we get through the outline.
Okay, sure. Okay, yeah. Horse.
I've got like a whole section about narrative structure here. We'll get to it.
Okay, Horse. I kind of said that I would allow you to sort of dictate our conversation flow. So please take it away.
All right. Okay. So yeah, I guess I'll start with the outline. So the summary. So everyone leaves Splendid Valley. They're going to Camelot to fetch the thing. Everyone gets distracted a lot, which is sort of also played out in Microcosm in Camelot.
Yeah.
I think the first thing they go to do is Old Olney, which I don't know why they go to Old Olney.
I can tell you why they go to Old Olney.
Isn't it because they get injured on the way there and they're just like, let's go to the hospital?
Okay, no. It's because Calamity got injured by the Hellhounds when they were ambushed trying to leave Splendid Valley. So it's like, oh, Calamity's injured, but he conveniently knows about a hospital in Old Olney that they can use to heal up. And then, on the way there, to heal Calamity, everyone else gets horribly injured, making the trip worse than the effort of going there in the first place.
And it's just a death spiral.
Yeah.
So they go to Old Olney. They have a bad time with hellhounds and hospital horrors and all kinds of stuff.
As you do with hellhounds.
And it's
as
just,
you do.
And it's
generally.
And personally, I think the whole thing with Old Olney was useless because K-Cat just conveniently wrote all of the alicorns to like limp away after the Hellhound ambush, and then when Pip and Co come back from Old Olney, they're like, "Oh yeah, we're sentient again. We can help you fight off the Hellhounds as you escape."
Yeah, it's very, very strange.
Yeah.
They go back to Ten Pony Tower, to rest up for a bit. The Velvet's leg is hanging off like a piece of it's like nearly headless Nick. Just in a cast.
Oh, that's a mental image. Sorry, now I'm picturing nearly headless Nick with a pony leg just flopping there.
They this is Old Olney. That's Old Olney. There's I think somewhere in here they start meeting the Twilight Society, and they want to look at Pip's memories. Somewhere in here, this is where Pip has a bunch of memories taken out. So,
and also
her plan for dealing with the goddess.
The whole reason that this volume is predicated on for why they go to Camelot is in memory orbs that we never see. So they just blindly go to Camelot like we have a plan, but we're going to withhold the plan from the reader for maybe good reasons, maybe.
That part I don't actually mind so much, but I did like the part where she realizes it's just like, hey, we want to look at your memory orbs to see if you're on the level, and in hindsight she's just like, hang on a second, it's gonna take them like fucking weeks to go through all of those because they have to watch through them in real time, one by one.
I like also too that the one that she says suggests they start with is number 8 because we get the impression that that's the porn one. So she's like, just give it to some poor unicorn, and then basically as soon as they come out, they'll realize maybe we don't need to know what's in that one.
Wouldn't it be hilarious if they gave the lesbian sex orb to Life Bloom, the gay stallion?
Oh god.
Oh god, the poor... I would feel so bad for him having like several gay friends and identifying as lesbian myself. I would feel like they'd be like, "Here you go, here have this, here, let me link you this like lovely porn," and he's sitting here like, "Well, this does nothing for me." I can see why you'd like it, but this isn't really my thing.
I'm just picturing that like bit from The Simpsons where like Waylon Smithers is in the strip club and he's just like cowering in the corner.
Oh, poor Smithers.
So we have to have the memories taken out. My notes for chapter 3 are incredibly short, so I can only guess that nothing of importance happens.
Here, let me pull up the third chapter for volume 4. I think you mean.
No, as in chapter literal number 33.
Oh, chapter 33, Crusaders.
I think this is where they go link up with Steelhooves again.
Yes.
Yep.
It's just that there just doesn't seem to be anything interesting that happens. I mean, we meet Elder Cottage Cheese and he's a dick.
The only
yes, this is the chapter that ends with Elder Cottage Cheese trying to upload himself into the mainframe and failing because Pip trips the safety thing.
Pip breaks the computer.
Yes. he breaks the computer, and Elder Cottage Cheese is just like, curses, foiled again. And they put him back in his box, and they get ready to like ship him by Amazon to
Curse
back
is
to the Steel
spoiled again.
Rangers. I mean,
his brain's only a little melted, but it's fine. I guess you could say curse is spoiled again.
Given how they actually like treat him in the following chapter, it's like it's not that far off from just like just putting him just slapping a DHL sticker on him and just like waiting for someone to pick him up. Like they like they bring him to Buckland Cross. On the way there, they get distracted by bandits attacking a caravan coming from Arbu.
I fucking hate that part so much, and we're gonna get into it.
And then Pyrelight gets injured in that fight, and then they go they go to a radiation hole at a Radigator hatchery to heal Pyrelight. And Elder Cottage Cheese is just like, yeah, it's fine, I'll wait,
No. Elder Cottage Cheese is not saying that because he's in a coma.
Yeah, but he might as well be.
Okay, yeah.
I'll just hang around here while you fuck around on an unstable roof. Velvet nearly dies, but it's fine. They go back to the.
She does this frequently.
They go back to Buchan Cross. A massive shootout ensues because they don't actually want Elder Cottage Cheese back. They would rather him dead as a martyr. Shit blows up. There's a comical moment where Steelhooves just fucking dies, but he gets better. But in that brief moment where he's dead, all the targeting spells on the heavy artillery and stuff don't have anything to lock onto, so they just fucking go wide. I don't know why. It just my notes here contain a joke that is like. It really only matters to me because it calls back to playing games with my brother when I was like 10, where one of our in-jokes was, how do you miss with a rocket launcher? And I guess this is how.
How do you miss? How do you miss? He's 3 feet in front of you.
Yeah, and you just have all of this like heavy ordnance just kind of going into, Horse New York Bay.
It just makes me think of that gif from somebody's playthrough of Fallout 4 where he has to reload the Magnum revolver as the balefire egg sails by his head.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, so the Manhattan Steel Rangers kind of all blow themselves up in this exchange, and there's like barely any of them left. So everyone goes to Arbu to heal up because they just had stuff explode in their face. Arbu happens, and we'll get to Arbu.
Yes, we'll get to Arbu. Yeah.
Then they go back to Buchan Cross at some point.
To get the water talismans.
Yeah, I can't remember if that's before or after Arbu because there was a thing.
It's after Arbu.
Yeah,
because it's continuation of this like entire chapter of just Little Pip murders everyone.
Yeah, because they do just kind of kill everyone that's left because I don't know why they don't just run away. Are they expecting relief? How well drilled are these? 2 knights and a janitor that are left in the building.
Not very.
So that happens. They go to Friendship City and drop off the Arbu orphans. Homage basically exonerates Pip for Arbu over the radio. And as far as like the major consequences go, that's Arbu done. There's like psychological stuff, but after that, it's just like fine.
Well, even the psychological stuff, honestly, is relatively brief. That was one of those things where it was like, we'll get into it, but
yeah, I mean, I have notes about structure related to this as well. And then there's chapter 36, which is the strange case of Midnight Shower. I actually quite like this chapter, but it's like the Babylon 5 joke you mentioned, except sort of the other way around, where the people going around killing raiders subplot is less interesting.
Right? Yeah.
It's like I'd rather they just we just have the diary of Midnight Shower, and then they just save the zebra town off screen. It's just like they could come back at the end. It's just like, yeah, we got the zebras. There's like, so yeah, they find some fleeing zebra kids being attacked by Bloodwings, and they take them to Glyphmark. Glyphmark sucks because it's basically in the Canterlot foothills and nothing grows there, and it's miserable.
It almost makes you wonder why they're there in the first place.
I will get to that. I do have notes related to that. But it does kind of, it has that strained believability of like, it's 200 years. How you've not just like gone somewhere else? Yeah. So they rest up in Glyphmark. They go rescue the people in Zebratown. We have I mentioned this, and they're treating it like a dry run for Canterlot. So we have the first introduction of the dangers of Canterlot, like the Pink Cloud and the Broadcasters and the Alicorns that are, thinking for themselves and stuff.
It's funny. It's ironic they call it a dry run because they end up in the sewers.
Oh yeah, it's incredibly wet.
Oh well, and it's like downpouring in the middle of a storm.
Yeah.
I think at one point actually, Steelhose make a comment about that. She's like, "Yeah, well, we consider it was like a dry run for Canterlot," and Steelhose is like, "It was wet the entire time. What is wrong with you, you damaged mare?"
And then we have the big one.
50,000 words.
The rocket from Toy Story, the big one.
50,000 words.
My first note from Canterlot is just quoting Little Pip saying the line, "In truth, I have skipped over a fair bit, only telling you the parts that were exciting enough to keep you reading." And I'm just like, this is what you left in?
Yeah, really?
Could you have maybe raised your threshold a little bit? Their plan is to be in and out of Canterlot inside an hour, and that goes south very quickly.
I think they spend the entire night there.
Yeah, they spend a night, maybe two. I think there's one in the Ministry of Arcane Sciences, and there's one in Stable City. I think they do pass out in Stable City, and the ghouls rescue them.
But yeah, we have fear and loathing in Canterlot, though. Is basically what happened.
So we'll talk plenty about Canterlot. I think the general structure of Canterlot is. See, about halfway through Canterlot, my brain just kind of turned to static, and it was extremely difficult to retain details because there was just so much, and I'm just like, I have no idea what's important.
Oh, my brain turned to static after Arbu.
I think I had a bit of a break somewhere after I didn't do everything in one sitting. That would kill me. They
I did.
Oh God. You poor thing.
That was a mistake. That was such a mistake.
So they
But I can definitely tell, my notes definitely dropped off about that point.
So yeah, they touch down in the school. We go through a memory orb as interludes between the sections. They go to the Ministry of Peace, Ministry of Arcane Sciences. Did it go through all the ministries?
Peace, War, Sciences. I don't think they got through. They didn't go through.
They didn't go
Image, Morale, or Wartime.
No, they went through Image.
They did go through Wartime Technology because that's where Stale City is.
Yeah, and they went to the Ministry of Image to get the Black Book.
Oh yeah,
right.
They had to. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So they covered everything except Morale. They also went to the palace at the end to set off the fireworks, which turns the dragon into a mouse, which is actually a detail I missed the first time.
It's pretty much the Honest Hearts DLC from New Vegas.
Yeah, it's Honest Hearts, Old Money.
Oh, sorry, no,
Dead Money.
That's Old World Blues. It's Dead Money.
Yeah, Dead Money.
Freaking
Dead Blues, old things, Fallout.
This is the
dog. God.
This is a way where you just play Big Iron and just slowly getting louder and drowning out of it.
That is the one disappointment, though, that, she goes through all this whole thing, and it's basically the Dead Money thing, and she doesn't actually end up with, a hollow rifle. I mean, that was a really fun gun.
But yeah, I actually missed the detail about the dragon and stuff at the end, which it's I give K-Cat a lot of shit for not being a very good writer, but some of the plotting is actually it's actually pretty good. I quite like the thing where it's like it made a certain amount of sense that a zebra sneaking in a weapon of mass destruction would make it out of talismans, which are gems, which the dragon that guards the royal treasury, whose eggs they use for the school, ate it because it's made of gems, and now the dragon is the source of the cloud. It's like, oh, okay, that is a logical and whimsical chain of events. I wish it was in a story that wasn't so full of trauma. So I think we close out the chapter with the Orb of Rarity getting her soul sliced into 43 pieces.
Yep.
For the things. We find the alicorn with Luna's bones. Something happens, they get washed in a river, and then in chapter 38, Pip wakes up in a fever and has like a fever dream about the main six, which I feel like if Fuzzy was here, he'd be able to he would have something nice to say about it. It just kind of washed over me. There's a lot.
Honestly, the entire fever dream sequence. Again, like I said, this is my Babylon 5 references. I should not have marathoned Babylon 5 and then read this, because now I'm like linking everything between the two. But it honestly felt like a couple of the sequences that in there where Sheridan is having dreams that are being slightly influenced by Kosh the Vorlon, which means that they're trippy as hell, and there's like a raven. I was waiting for something to show up on, Calamity's head where he's like, "Do you know me?" And so,
yeah, and then it's a fairly straight. You can tell that like my notes for this part are like a bit more coherent just because they're more recent. Because like it's like, oh yeah, there's 3 parts of this chapter. There's recovering from Camelot. There's the bit in Fluttershy's cottage. When they decide we're not going to get distracted anymore, and then they get distracted. And then there's finally executing the plan in Splendid Valley, and we end with little Pip hiding in a bomb shelter, waiting for a nuclear weapon to go off.
And the Enclave showing up and going.
Oh yeah, and the Enclave show up.
Hello, Raceland, you are being rescued. Please do not resist.
You're being rescued. Please do not resist. That's what. They show up at like their timing, man. It's just like they
kind of feel bad for Harbinger because you're like, oh, okay, we're gonna do this. No, dude, you need to leave. No, it's fine. No, we want to make. No, you need to leave, dude. Dude.
So yeah, that is everything that happens in Volume 4.
So that's the recap. Yes. Okay.
I not really. I mean, we've already like thrown up a number of pins to get to later. So let's start going through topics, shall we?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get my prose and writing style complaints out of the way, because it's not massively fair to keep harping on this 8-year-old fan fiction for not being very well written. But so I'll just try and get through it. So the thing that kept coming to mind reading is that it's K-Cat's writing style just over-explains so much, and it just kills the pacing of every scene. It's like there's this bit where Pip is trying to tell Spike about Twilight's death, and rather than letting the dialogue carry the scene, every line of dialogue is just punctuated with, and I felt sad, and I felt a pang. And when are they getting to the fireworks factory? It's like I just kept feeling like that just the entire time. I have a couple of more egregious lines. Okay. There's my mind's eye insisted on painting an image of his words. It's like, do you really need to? Like, that's 11 words that add nothing to the story. Of course, we're imagining this in our heads.
Yeah.
Every chapter starts with the rambling monologue that serves very little purpose most of the time. If we're lucky, we get a recap. Then, if not, then it's a filler that like my editing brain wants to just cross out with a big red pen with a note that says "Show, don't tell." There's pointless melodrama that goes in circles for reasons that I will get to in the structure section. The subtext is K-Cat appears to have. If you're familiar with Garth Marenghi's Dark Place,
Never heard of it.
Nope.
It's a
Sorry.
It's a British comedy special thing. I'm not amazingly familiar with it either, but basically Garth Marenghi is the worst author in the world, and Dark Place is a show within the show.
Okay.
Garth Marenghi claims to be the only person who's written more books than he's read.
Oh boy.
But the line that jumps out to me is, "I know writers who use subtext, and they're all cowards."
And they're all cowards. Oh no. Oh no.
And in the context of Garth Marenghi's Dark Place, this is someone asking him if like the Doctor's turning into monkeys, because it's a hospital drama. That there's also supernatural elements. If the Doctor's turning into monkeys is representative of something cutting funding for health, and he's like, no, I want to ask, if we literally pay doctors peanuts, are they going to turn into monkeys? It's very silly, and I but K-Cat obviously isn't this comically like bad at subtext, but does not appear to have allowed subtext to go subtextual. Anytime it's the thing that made this jump out to me is there's this bit where Zenith in Olney, she calls Calamity Winged One, and then when questioned on it, she says she's not used to being on like a name basis with anyone, and like this by itself, this is a neat characterization detail. It's just like, that's. I can see why that makes sense, and it's kind of sad. It's Zenith has had a hard life, and then Little Pip in the narration just explains everything that was implied by that thing like a clod, just spills it all out there. It's not allowed to remain implied. It has to be only what is in the text is. It is just an annoying opportunity gone wasted to my mind, and this keeps coming up.
Yeah, there were certain points where K-Cat had to like nail certain points to the reader over the head, especially when it came to terms. Well, okay, it's interesting because you bring up this character point by Zenith and her interaction with the world around her, but like K-Cat also leaves the casual racism of Midnight Shower, like, pretty much mostly uncommented on.
I think that's less, I am leaving this in the implications because I want it to be subtextual, and more, race is hard to think about. I don't want to think about it that hard. We can get to that when we talk about Glyphmark.
Sure.
Just because that's most of what there is to talk about in Glyphmark.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, my points are all going to relate to each other as I go on. I mentioned the pointless melodrama that goes in circles, didn't I?
Yes.
It's there's bits of like trying to transcribe elements of visual storytelling instead of just telling a story that works well in the medium of prose. Like this jumped out to me in the abattoir in Arbu, where it's like it feels like, rather than going with the full sense experience that we can the text would allow you to do, we spend a lot of time on just visual detail, and I just feel like that's a missed opportunity. And I guess my last point on my writing complaints is the sex jokes.
Oh yeah.
K-Cat has heard that humans add jokes to their stories to lighten the mood, but has yet to figure out how they work and when to deploy them.
This is literally a point that was touched upon in the Joker movie that just came out, where Arthur Fleck is trying to understand comedy, and he has a notebook, and he's like, people laugh at sex jokes.
It's just like every time, 31 comes up, or like little Pip just in the middle of a fight for her life just decides, I'm gonna get some of that ass. It's extremely distracting.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't add levity. It's just like, Pip, what are you doing? Focus. I mean, I know like some allowances can be given to her being a horny teenager, but also, I feel like yeah.
Okay. I guess talking about the bit with sorry, I had to step away a quick second for the stupid phone, which luckily was only a brief conversation. But
fair enough.
I guess talking about the bit with her like basically like exoticizing the other, like the hell out of the other of Zenith.
I wasn't getting in that deep just yet. I was just complaining about...
Just yet. Okay, sorry.
I
will hold the rant.
I was just because in my complaints about subtext, I mentioned that... were you there for that, or...?
Yep, I was there.
Okay. But yeah,
I've only been gone for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, Glyph Mark, we'll get to a bunch of that. But no, I was just complaining about the sex jokes in general. I mentioned that K-Cat has heard that humans add jokes to their stories to lighten the mood, but has yet to figure out how they work and when to deploy them.
Yeah. I mean, I know we had this conversation earlier. I mean, that's where I was like, the cons for Pip, though, is with the sex jokes, is that, like, homage, it says on the air, how many orgasms she gave little Pip. I guess the pro, though, is that she didn't, like, admit to cucking her girlfriend like Blackjack did to Glory in Project Horizons, still, it's like, honey, what are you doing? Like, that's not funny. Like, you've now, like, engaged the entire wasteland in this really bizarre, like, BDSM relationship that no one else understands, but the 5 of you that do are like, I'm like, but why? Why is this a good idea?
Yeah, like, I don't want to get, like, too into Project Horizons here just yet, but it's kind of like that thing where Project Horizons is lots of the things from Fallout Equestria on human growth hormone. And it just takes the whole kind of exhibitionism thing. Oh my god.
Human growth hormones. Beaver tranquilizers and, a couple of anabolic steroids for good measure.
Just more.
Ket is for horses, you dumb motherfuckers.
Okay, so that's everything I had to say about K-Cat's writing style. I hope that was fairly brief. You want to add anything? I feel like this is mostly just my personal bugbear.
Well, no, I think you're right, though, because, like, a lot of the things, too, I think that I'm realizing that a lot of my commentary, like, that is kind of based around that issue as well, that you run into at a lot of different points in the story, is that, like, Pip has, like, these moments where, like, for most people, it would have been, like, this, like, psychic awakening, or, like, this, like, moment of, like, oh, hey, I'm having a lot of cognitive dissonance about this, and I'm going to write you in the text, not make the subtext, but the text, that this is a problem, and I really should think deeply about, my life, universe, and everything. And that's fantastic. And this is a point where, like, in the story, like, most characters should theoretically be able to sit there and be like, all right, I'm going to have this delightful thing that's called character development. And I'm going to think about this and actually try to figure out how to apply this to my life. Pip, on the other hand, sits there and, like, basically, like Jack Sparrow goes, oh, I love those moments. I like to wave at them as they pass by. And unfortunately, like, that, it, again, this is more of a prose issue, but then it becomes really jarring for the reader when you're having these moments where you're like, oh, that's a really interesting point. Yeah, Pip should think about that. And then, like, two pages later, she's like, yeah, I kind of forgot about it already. And you're just like, I thought you were the smart one. Or is this what happens when you have, like, int 18 and then play a character with 4 wisdom?
Speaking of being the smart one, in the latter half of this volume, Little Pip does repeat to herself, I am not a clever pony. Which I think
she's not.
I think this is where Somber got Blackjack's mantra of I am not a clever pony from.
Yeah, I feel like that's mostly self-disparagement.
Wait, I mean, it is self-disparagement. I mean, but a lot of times too, like, God, Pip is the points there. Pip, the difference is like, you know, again, I guess I'm not to go in the weeds with Horizons, but like when Blackjack says it, she's being dumb. like okay, like I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever seen like the Christopher Titus skit on how he defines like using the word retard with people that should have the cognitive capabilities to actually understand things. That's that. Like she's sitting here and she's doing this dumbest crap, and you're like, Blackjack, you know better. That's a terrible plan. Why are you basically, like, filleting the missile? This is... No! Don't put the energy weapon up your nose! But whereas Pip's thing is interesting because she... This is something I was actually also noting, and maybe just because I have a little bit of ADHD myself. Pip's thing is, when she says, I'm not a clever pony, it's when she's missing a detail on something that actually really was probably really important, but she was so focused on something else that she misses it.
Oh, yeah, I think you mentioned this. I think
that's the difference there.
I think you mentioned. I think you mentioned the Pip has ADHD thing in the last podcast. Like I remember that. I did too.
here's my like, yeah, you know, you said you feel bad about, you know, like beating to death the prose of an 8-year-old fan fiction. I feel bad about like doing a psychological reading of an 8-year-old fan fiction.
I mean,
I'm using my English minor, but
why else are
probably
we
not
here?
The way it was ever intended.
I mean, the show's over. Go home. Oh, anyway. Basically, did you have anything to say?
Yes.
Yes.
While we're on the subject of bringing up our gripes with the story, boy, do I have a big fucking gripe with Volume 4. Because,
oh boy.
Because as I said, okay, the whole volume, the whole arc of this section of the story is predicated on content that we don't see. In fact, a lot of it is based on a memory orb. One memory orb that little Pip sees on her way from Splendid Valley to, originally, they were heading to Junction R7, and then they meet up with Blackwing, and then it just cuts out. And the memory orb that little Pip saw was of a candid meeting between Rarity, Applejack, and Rainbow Dash, where it's actually a setup for three things. And this is a good point for K-Cat, because we can talk about writing style, but K-Cat is very clever in laying down bits and pieces of like laying out the story progression. So this memory orb establishes three things. One, that Rarity has the Black Book in her possession, and it's in her ministry. That she hints that the only way to destroy it is with a mega spell. And the third is that she tried to destroy it with Spike, but it was sent to Celestia. But that point comes up later in the story. And it was during that memory orb that little Pip came to the conclusion, okay, I know how to destroy the goddess and destroy the Black Book at the same time. I just need to convince Red Eye to move his bomb under Maripony. And that's what this whole arc is predicated on, is that one memory orb. But like, so much of the context around little Pip's thinking of this plan is cut out that like, you don't really connect the pieces in that moment, and it all comes together in this quick epiphany at the end of the volume. So, and the reader doesn't know that, which, I mean, it's fine. It's nice to have that. There's a literary word for it. Heartshine, help me out here. It's
foreshadowing.
No, irony, dramatic irony. Where
that was not the word I was thinking of. Okay,
where the protagonist sort of knows what's going on, but the audience doesn't.
I thought it was the other way around, that the audience knows something that the characters don't.
Well, we know it because we know how it all ends. But when you're
I'm just the definition of dramatic irony in the usual context. But continue.
I know there's different types of literary irony. There's dramatic irony, and then there's another type of irony. I forget the word for it.
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, everyone knows what I'm talking about. It's the type of irony where information is withheld from the audience. And that's what this whole arc is predicated on. And it's really frustrating because it just makes every single side distraction in this arc, like, why? For what purpose? Like, Old Only was contrived, going... I mean, of course they had to recruit Steelhooves again to go to Camelot because that's necessary. But going to Arbu, oh my god, Arbu is predicated on the fact that when they're going to Buckland Cross, Calamity just conveniently sees these bandits attacking the town, a town that has never been mentioned in the story up until now, and it's a side plot that was just wholly unnecessary. And the only reason why I can fathom Arbu is a subplot that exists is because K-Cat wanted to introduce this concept of Little Pip not being as good and as virtuous as she's been made out to be this whole time.
I mean, which actually, if you think about it, is kind of an interesting like thought process from like a writing perspective, because, I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, Little Pip's been kind of a murder hobo. Like,
but it's been
legit,
somewhat justified this whole time. Justified.
It's somewhat justified, sure. But like the other side of it is, is that there's a lot of different things that happen in there that, you know, everybody's like, oh, she's so virtuous, she's doing all this, and it's like, okay. I mean,
are we looking at the same person?
But are we talking? Oh, are we all talking about the same person, or are we all drinking Homage's Kool-Aid? Right. Because that seems to be what's happening. And it so yeah, you're right. Basically it was like, she and Steelhooves after Arbu have this really fascinating exchange where he's like, that you're just as, basically it can be summed up as in him paraphrasing is like, you're just as shitty as the rest of us, thank God. And it's like from a story perspective, from a character growth perspective, that is something that actually really pushes Pip to start looking at herself. But again, this is also one of those moments where Pip starts looking at herself and then forgets about it in 5 pages. And it's like, you know, there's that repeated thing that she keeps coming up with corrupted kindness. And it's like, yeah, maybe what you're doing isn't really working, and maybe you should think about that. But she never gets to the, like, I should think about that stage. Yeah, exactly. And at that point, because of that, putting Arbu in there, basically, like, oh god, the thing that frustrated me is that, like, you know, the entire section, especially her even trying to clear her name and that sort of thing, and all of her friends coming around her and being like, I can't believe you did this, but you did it, so you're okay. So, okay, we forgive you, is like, it kind of comes across almost as, like, having, like, the, like, perfect setup for, like, a world where an individual has, like, some very, like, strong narcissistic tendencies, and then all of their friends basically are there to support them despite the fact that they're kind of a shitty, horrible person.
Oh boy.
And the thing is that realistically, I them being pissed off at her makes a lot of sense. And, like, I mean, obviously Steelhooves kind of as, like, taking on the mentor role, like, makes a lot of sense there. But yeah, I like the entire diversionary arc of her, like, having, like, I don't know, I blame Horizons for this, but, like, it almost feels like that, you know, what K-Cat was trying to do was trying to be like, here's Arbu, which is like Little Pip's Gethsemane, but what if Little Pip, instead of, like, Christ, you know, being tempted by the devil in the garden, and then eventually said, no, what if he said, yeah, you know what, fuck it, let somebody else do this. And that's the feeling you end up with it, and it's like, but why?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I do have notes on Arbu and tone and ethics later.
You know what? Actually, we're talking about Arbu now, so let's just get into it.
My impression of Arbu was that it's been a little bit memed out of proportion. Like, when I actually read through it, it was just like, this is much less egregious than I was, you know, hyped up for.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you know, there is, like, a little bit of a pivot in, like, Little Pip's character. Like, I noticed that her long monologues at the start of every chapter, kind of they shift from the burning desire to fix the wastelands to actually having second thoughts about the morality of our actions. It's not the most burial thing, but it's growth. Also, shout out to Little Pip getting butt mad over very minor differences in cosmology between the show and her current reality, like the sun and the moon showing up at the same time. It's just like, is that really that big a deal? But now we're getting back into 16-hour days and mad shit like that.
Yeah.
So I've mentioned the tone problem that this story as a whole has in previous podcasts, where it's trying to be this pulpy action romp and a weighty morality play at the same time, and the two just constantly just get in each other's way. Arbu is one of the more pointed examples of this. The town itself, as like a world-building detail, appears to be based on Andale from Fallout 3, which is bizarre, campy comic book nonsense. It's a town full of cannibals who basically don't believe the war has ended. And if we were in like pulp action mode, then this would be fine. It's they rock up to the town, they discover cannibals, they kill the cannibals, job done. We don't actually have to think about that too hard, because it's Indiana Jones. Of course the mooks get thrown into the cavern. But
totally, that's what happened.
But this is but we're not in pulp action mode. This is a story with trauma and consequences. It's to make a reference to essayist Lindsay Ellis. She talks about in her video about Guardians of the Galaxy 2. She brings up a clip of Gamora and Nebula fighting. And they're doing all kinds of like mad shit, like picking up machine guns off down spacecraft and hurling each other into explosions and stuff. And what she says, it's you might not have had a fight like this, but you might have had a fight that felt like this. It's this is what fantastical backdrops and speculative fiction stuff. They can literalize big feelings using their fantastical elements. Which makes these situations feel relevant. It's like you take real emotions from like everyday life and put them into space or the wasteland or whatever. Fallout Equestria does not do this. Instead, it takes these absurd situations and then it's like, what would people actually feel like going through that? And the answer is terrible.
Yeah. I mean, psychologically speaking, that makes sense, and the therapist in me gets frustrated sometimes with this too.
It's like we're trying to roll with the realistic emotional weight of actually, being in a dying world and murdering people to survive, and then peppering the downtime with lighthearted, Joss Whedon joking, just to try and smooth things over. It's like I've heard the Justice League movie is like this. It's I have another note here that I'm going to read out. But yeah, it's odd tone wise, and it just kind of creates problems for itself that it wouldn't have if the tone had been put together a little more carefully.
Yeah. Well, and I think again, like you said, and I'm trying to not go into like my extremely long-winded rants about people writing like pieces of fiction where they again, it's the tone issue of we're trying to put this very pulpy action thing overlaid with like the morality play and thinking I understand how psychology works, and then very quickly realizing they have no idea how psychology works. And so it's one of those things that, again, that's the big problem is that this is one of those moments that, like, I mean, oh God, like, I feel like this is like, basically it's like one of those things where it would be like kind of probably how it would have felt to like be some like random jackass wandering into like the Abu Ghraib prison and then suddenly finding your best friends being a dick to everybody, and you're like, what? That's gonna have a lot more lasting consequences than what it does, where like everybody at the end, like, fucking Steelhooves is like, good job, kid, you're just as shitty as the rest of us. like like, you know, Velvet is like, little Pip, I can't believe you did all of these terrible things, and you're so bad for doing so, but these are cannibals, and they're terrible people, so we're gonna give you hugs. And then, like, Calamity's just like, I'm pissed off at you, and I hate you, bro, but I'm gonna give you a bro hug because this is a ship that should have happened but didn't because you're lesbian and it's sad. But, like, but it's one of those things where it's like, realistically, if you're trying to show realistic emotions in your story, you need to stick with that. I'm pretty sure that, like, if these were normal people, Calamity's not going to be talking to Pip for, like, a month.
Yeah.
Being like, because there's just this level of, like, I get what you did, but, however, at the same time, like, excuse me, I'm going to need, like, a few days to figure out how the heck to feel about you, because
yeah, it's
the fuck, dude.
it's almost like a casualty of the pacing and the structure that, like, this extremely significant psychologically scarring event doesn't have the room for its consequences to breathe, because we're on a schedule here and we have to get back to Buckland Cross because the dude in the box, we need to get rid of him, and then we have to go to Camelot, you know, chop chop.
Right, exactly. And I mean, and, you know, obviously there's always going to be situations where basically people, again, psychologically are going to be able to compartmentalize. However, like, I mean, God, could you not have at least, like, after this, like, you know, okay, I mean, the only person that in the party that actually seems to have been affected by this, honestly, is Velvet, because she keeps disappearing into the thing. I'm like, could you give, like, you know, Calamity, like, a casual, like, alcohol addiction for a while?
Well,
like,
Velvet has been disappearing into the Fluttershy orb ever since it first came into the story, so that's not really much of a change in her character for that.
It's
not, but
told, not shown.
Yeah.
Just because it's like it comes up again once later, and then it's like we see her, like, Pip give her shit for, like, taking out the orb on the way to Camelot, and then she has her little episode in the stage, and then that's about it. We'll get to fucking Velvet.
Yeah. But back to Arbu. As far as, like, anyone who's severely affected by this, so obviously Pip is affected by this, but next to her, I would say Calamity was the most emotionally impacted by this event, because he's still dwelling on it chapters later. I think even in the last chapter of the volume, in chapter 38, Calamity is like, I'm still thinking about what happened in Arbu.
It's in the melodramatic arguing about nothing.
Yeah. So that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's just we just have to sit there and listen to Little Pip, like, eavesdrop on her friends for pages upon pages instead of it being, like, part of the story. Anyway, continue.
But,
I didn't mean to. Yeah.
Oh no, but you're right. Like, the thing is, though, is that, like, realistically, we, again, authors, if you're going to do something with this and you want to actually try to have some sort of psychological realism, maybe spend 2 minutes Googling what the side effects of something like this would be, and go from there.
Or,
please,
you could be like Arthur Fleck in the movie The Joker, where he's like, you know, I killed someone, and I thought it would affect me, but it hasn't really.
See, the thing is, though, is that with that's showing a degree of sociopathy. I need to see that movie, by the way. I still haven't yet.
I'm not entirely sure what you just said because I talked over you, but I think we basically said the same thing, just in two different ways. Because, like, you know, early stage Atom Smasher and Duck and Cover was written to be a literal sociopath, which is why she just gets into her first fight and is just like, well, I guess this happens. I wonder what stuff they were carrying. Anyway,
and you know, well, and to a degree, like, you know, also we have to, you know, again, so suspension disbelief. We have to understand, like, trying to get into, like, characters' heads. We understand that, like, this is part of the wasteland, but, like, my God, like, you know, there's, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I was saying with the
wasteland needs heartmenders, like, badly.
It's like I was saying with the Guardians of the Galaxy comparison. It's just like, you know, you take everyday feelings and make them big to make your big setting instead of taking the big setting and then thinking about what it would actually feel like to spend 300 years in space. having your robot bits pulled out or whatever the fuck.
Ooh.
Right. Or and realistically with that entire scene too, like, you know, the point behind that, the feelings that are in that particular scene with Gamora and what's her face fighting. My brain just
Nebula.
lost. I'm like, Amy Pond. No, not Amy Pond.
Nebula.
Let's just stick with Amy Pond.
Yeah, we'll say that. With Gamora and Amy Pond fighting.
Actual Amy Pond from Doctor Who.
Yes. But, you know, basically what the thing is that the feelings there are the feelings of a fight that you have with a sibling. And so, as opposed to, like, I'm fairly certain that most of us haven't gone around and, you know, massacred cannibal populations, even in Fallout 3. It was kind of less of a, like, impactful thing and more of, like, well, you guys are dicks. Do you have any cool shit in your basement?
Yeah.
To rewind a little bit before the events of Arbu, when they're traveling to Buckland Across to do a prisoner exchange between Elder Cottage Cheese and some knight that wanted to defect to the Applejacks Rangers. It's like everything is going all right because they're being led by this scribe mayor, and then one of the lead knights steps forward, is like, "Oh wait, you're that stable dweller. This whole situation is fucked. Kill him." And then everything just goes to hell in a handbasket.
How do you miss with a rocket like
Oh man, and it's I kind of like the part where they're doing the prisoner exchange with Buckland Cross because it's tying the loose ends between this civil war that's happening between the Steel Rangers, and it's sort of, and it was in the background enough where it didn't detract from the story, and it just comes back for this little part while they're trying to help out Steelhose, and they're recruiting them like, "Oh, this is just a matter of convenience. We can take care of this while we're doing that."
You know, just add it to the shopping list, you know?
Yeah, add it to the shopping list. It's a justifiable enough distraction when they go to Steelhose for assistance to go to Camelot. That part makes sense. When the Steel Rangers betrays them, that makes sense. It was just the whole thing of, oh, Calamity spots a bandit attacking Arbu. That was when, like, it just became unnecessary. It should have just been
my policy.
It's my policy. It should have just been negotiations went south on Buckland Cross, everything went to shit, and that when they had the shootout on Buckland Cross with the Steel Rangers, that is what should have been the thing of Little Pip questioning her sense of righteousness. It could have been left at that. The whole Arbu thing could have been tossed aside.
Yeah, we wouldn't be predicating, a dense moral question on a setup that is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, but then we get roped into Arbu, and like, actually, really, the only reason why they stick around was because Firelight got hurt. We got to stick around so she can heal up, and that's why they stay there. That's why they stay there.
Pip. They're all also kind of injured. Like Pip is actually like she has a concussion and she's losing time.
Which plays a little bit into she's not thinking straight, and Calamity even brings that up. Little Pip has a concussion, and that's why she went on this murder spree, right? And then Velvet says, "No,
I think this."
Oh, go ahead.
Having had a concussion before, I mean, that didn't exactly make me murderous. And I was really dizzy.
Yeah, I think this is a good segue into the ethics portion of my my notes here.
Yes,
this is where we get into the real heart of darkness here.
Yeah.
Heart of the darkness.
Is this where you had that thought about fascism?
That's right at the very end of it.
Okay.
I do. Yes.
Thoughts on fascism. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, like I mentioned at the top of the topic, Arbu actually, the in the moment of Arbu was actually like less shocking than I was ready for, and I was like, oh, Pip's actions in Arbu actually make like a degree of emotional sense. It's a little diluted by the amount of time she's casually flown into a violent rage already, and it's certainly not smart, but like I can see why in the moment she does what she does. It's, you know, what the hell is going on outside?
Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah. Anyway, but before I get into like the reasons given in the story for, you know, why people think it, because the justifications that people do after the fact is the real interesting part. Because in the moment it's just, you know, I lost my cool and I decided that, you know, me being a person who what?
That murder was acceptable.
Well, it's that, you know, it's like I kill wasteland scum. I'm going to kill some wasteland scum. That's about as far as she thinks about it in the moment. But the justifications afterwards are the interesting part. So just to show some of my homework here, I thought about the situation from just like a couple of systems of normative ethics. So this would be the big name things like utilitarianism and virtue ethics and stuff. So from a utilitarian point of view, we're trying to like maximize happiness and minimize pain. So well, how do we do that? In relation to Arbu. So Arbu are as far as the story says, they're only eating the people who fall in combat anyway. It's not particularly sustainable since only so many people, you know, how many raiders are you going to have to kill and eat here? And it's probably not healthy either because, like, hi, Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease says hello. But let's not get into 380,000 pony cereal box years here.
Yeah.
It could be argued that as long as Arbu isn't aggressive, then their cannibalism is gross, but we've got bigger problems to deal with. And this is Calamity's initial line of reasoning.
Well, except for the fact that with the ledger, that's proven wrong.
I have thoughts about the ledger and Grandpa Rattle, but we'll get into that.
I forgot about the ledger. Are they, like, you know, actively going out and...
So, Grandpa Rattle basically kept a ledger of ponies that he tried to warn away from the town, because much like Andale, there are certain times where people would actually come and stay at the town, and they clearly weren't normal people. And so basically that's the reason why one of the things that really sets Pip off is the note about the preacher from Unity. Because he didn't do anything but try to preach about unity.
Oh, right, okay.
And as a consequence, they killed him and ate him.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, that does like bump it up a bit in terms of like this town being a problem.
Right.
I have a counter argument to that. One, it's been shown throughout the Wasteland that the whole unity movement is kind of fucked to begin with. And like...
Okay, well, but he's not the only one that has that issue, though. That's the entire ledger, and like the impression is that ledger is long.
There are people besides the Unity preacher.
The thing about the ledger with Grandpa Rattle is that Grandpa Rattle has gone senile, and who's to say he wasn't writing into that ledger during the day when he was fucking crazy and off his rocker?
I mean,
I don't think he can really be trusted.
I mean, I suppose that's where we're getting into, like, the, you know, how admissible is this evidence? You know,
right.
How reliable is it? But you also raise a point there about unity, and this is a thing that Calamity brings up as well, is just kind of pitting the relative evils of the Wasteland against each other. It's just like, you know, if Arbu are just eating undesirables, then, you know, what's the problem? And I'll get to the idea of undesirables later. But yeah, Calamity initially has this kind of utilitarian line, and I'm not particularly like using that because I feel like that characterizes utilitarianism uncharitably. But you know, I went through the motions here, and he does kind of backpedal from it a bit to she had options and you did wrong because you lost control, and that gets into what you were saying, Heartshine, about Calamity he has a huff and then they hug about it 5 minutes later and all is forgotten.
Right.
In contrast, let's look at it from a Kantian point of view. So Kant's categorical imperatives, the idea that you should not do something if you don't think everyone should do it. So obviously, Arbu, we wouldn't want to live in a world where everyone's a cannibal. So cannibalism is bad. Don't do that. But where it gets complicated is, would we want to live in a world where everyone went around fixing problems the way Pip did in Arbu? That's
no.
Yeah, it's like if everyone is going around, just finding things that disgust them enough to murder and then murdering, that is a might makes right situation at best and complete chaos at worst.
I was gonna say, because I was gonna say, like, that sort of thinking, kind of gets into your argument about, I don't know exactly what it was, brought up fascism, but like that's that kind of thinking of like, well, this is how we solve the problems, and I'm like, this ends up with a lot of people dead.
Yeah,
a lot, like always. Concern.
Yeah. KCAT also talks a lot about virtue ethics with relation to the story, and I suppose the best known version of virtue ethics would be Aristotelian virtues. And I think the core of it is, like, a virtue is if you have, like, not too much and not too little, that is a good way to live. However, that's really hard to apply to this situation, because how do you decide what your virtues are? Sacrifice, that doesn't really apply to Arbu, does it? She's not really having, like, a moderate amount of sacrifice. She's just going. I've gotten into a lot. I've gotten into a lot of arguments on the Reddit, including with KCAT, about this, about how I think this is sort of a flimsy way to think about the story from a moral perspective.
Well, I think the issue too that you run into, especially when, I don't know, I've always had issues with the virtues that have come up, and that's something that kind of bugged me, partially because it's a little bit of a bastardization of the elements of harmony, and in other ways it's something that doesn't exactly apply very well, and it doesn't apply itself very well to the wasteland. Like the virtue, like you said, the virtue of sacrifice is also one of those things that it's like, looking at it from an Aristotelian's perspective, there's parts of sacrifice that are very, very usually noble. The idea is that you're doing things, sacrificing of yourself for another. And quite frankly, like, throughout the entire time that they're saying that, Pip's virtue is sacrifice, I'm sitting here going, she doesn't. Yes and no.
Yeah. There's like a few key plot moments where she does, and then.
Yeah, there's these convenient plot points where she does, and then, you can say, oh yeah, that's your virtue, but it's like, I don't know, every time that came up and somebody was like, we should have like a list of virtues and what things you can have and blah blah blah, and it's every time that they've come up, I've always been like, okay, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of, and why don't you go back to, like, the friendship is magic aspect of this, because it's simpler, it doesn't require as much thought, and to be completely honest with you, normally, this should be fairly easy to figure out. Now, we can debate that for hours, considering the fact that KCAT then also went, oh no, the pony that lies on the air constantly is honestly honesty, and the pony that's a raging cunt most of the time is kindness. Because that makes sense.
Heartshine, you bring up Little Pip being the virtue of kindness. Little Pip just thinks she's their virtue.
No, it's Velvet.
Oh, Velvet.
Velvet is,
okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about
remember, with the elements, Velvet is kindness, laughter is Silverbell, calamity is loyalty, and homage is honesty.
I mean, even then you got, like, the irony of, like, oh yeah, the element of loyalty is the dude who has been branded for disloyalty. Well, it's like it's a complicated situation, but I feel like that irony is there for no other reason than the sake of being ironic.
It is, and that was even commented on by Spike himself when they went to his cave, where Spike is like, so you call this person who a traitor wearing the cutie mark of the person who was the element of loyalty. So that there is a sense of irony, and it's it's not typical literary irony, but it's very it's fascinating to think about.
It's I can appreciate it being there as like a sort of makes you think, but when you think about it, it doesn't really go anywhere.
It really activates my almonds. It really gets the noggin jogging.
Think emoji.
Yeah.
Honk.
So, but there is this sense of little Pip thinking highly of herself, where we're like, oh, I'm corrupted kindness. And as you said, it's that melodrama that goes nowhere. And it's this thing that's constantly going through her head, like, oh, I'm corrupted kindness, I'm corrupted kindness, I'm corrupted kindness. And
we're back to my comment earlier about her having some little uncomfortable points of like possible narcissism that's and then the world just kind of adapts around her, and it's like,
I mean,
what are you actually saying here?
That's exactly where I was going with that, where little Pip is definitely a bit of a narcissist with that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's something I'll have to bring up in the next podcast regarding narcissism and the possibility of Pip being an unreliable narrator, because I feel like that's worth exploring at some point.
Definitely.
But next time. Yeah. We're on the clock here. We have to get to Camelot now. Can I move on?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm still on Arbu here because I have more ethic stuff to talk about.
There is a lot to pick apart with Arbu.
Yeah, because I just talked about some theoretical background. Now, what people actually do in the story, which there is a lot of the party just don't really have very strong opinions. Well, they have strong opinions, but they're not really like based on anything. Steelhooves is initially just like, it's my party, right or wrong, which is okay. That's not really an ethical framework. That's just I don't want responsibility for this. And then it later comes to I suppose you mentioned it as like, great job, Pip, you fucked up. You're as bad as the rest. I suppose I read that as right outcome, wrong mindset, because it does kind of, it does feed into the character arc of Steelhooves, where he's like, yeah, I would have done it, but like, you should have done it with a clear head instead of acting impulsively. And then that comes into the memory orb later in Canterlot. So it's like, yeah, it's okay. But it makes sense why he thinks that way from a character perspective, but it's kind of irrelevant to the ethics discussion. Velvet describes Arbu as mutated flesh that needs to be cut away.
So cancer.
Which is an emotional reaction rather than a rational one, but I'll get to there's stuff to dig into there. And Zenith is like noise of cardboard falling over. Like she just doesn't have an opinion.
Well, Zenith's opinion basically boils down to, well, it wouldn't have been the weirdest thing that it had happened to me this week if I had been back in Philly.
I mean, I guess that does sort of say something about like her background and sort of I suppose there's a concept called the hedonic treadmill, which is your perception of pleasure and pain is sort of tempered by the bandwidth of your general day-to-day experience. It's like, when you see tweets on Christmas Day of like rich kids crying that they got an iPhone for Christmas instead of a car, they are actually feeling absolutely terrible because they don't have anything worse to feel about. It's so that kind of makes sense that Zenith is like, her life has sucked so much that Arbu is just kind of it's only like a 6 or a 7.
This is a rather mild footnote, which sorry, I have like so many notes on Zenith in this section too, so I feel bad about that. I'm going to try not to rant about her too much. But...
Don't worry. I mean, like my notes are actually shortest in glyph mark because I ran out of time to sort them all out properly, so I can.
The Velvet rant will come when we get to Canterlot and the Ministry of Peace.
I was actually going to put it at Fluttershy's cottage just because there's so much else to talk about in Camelot.
Okay. When we get to Fluttershy's cottage, that's when we can have the Velvet rant.
Okay, so back to Arbu. We're left with like the main the main ethical argument being between Calamity and Velvet. And there's like another irony for irony's sake, where they sort of take the opposite perspectives of what you'd expect them to based on their previous characterization, where you've got like Calamity's surface level utilitarianism that he backpedals from is sort of an abrupt change of direction from the guy who's been just openly profiling raiders and shooting to kill from a distance. like that's another aspect of Arbu. Like the main reason that the characters seem to be squeamish about the idea of killing this town is because they're not dressed like raiders. They're just like a town. It's like if these people had spikes and skulls and everywhere, they'd be fucking bulldozing that place.
Well, except interestingly enough, though, too, at the start, and this was something that actually struck it out to me, because he said that they were dressed like raiders, but then she later notes that the ponies that were attacking Arbu initially, which are the ex-Arbuites, I guess.
Yeah.
Arbuites. That was the worst word. I don't like that rolling off my tongue. I can't get Arbuians. No, that's but anyway. But the point is that like basically one of the things that Pip notices is like, hey, these guys aren't dressed like raiders. That's different. But Calamity's response is, caravan ambush, must murder.
Yeah.
Because that's worked out so well for him every other time in this series.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he's not like... I guess he's open to the... I guess he's open to the concept of the bandits that aren't dressed like raiders, but I do feel like there is an element of like the appearance giving people pause. That it's like Arbu plays it being just a member of the community, and it's just like a nice little town, and that is like it throws people, and then meanwhile Velvet just kind of has all of her morality up to this point just thrown in the dumpster. To be honest, I'll get into like the details of Velvet's perspective and how the story doesn't treat it with any respect when we get to Velvet. But this is the part where
although one of the things I thought was funny though about her like taking her like morality's perspective and then like dumpster chucking it is that she chooses to do so while she's defending the remaining kids in Arbu from Pip.
Yeah. I mean,
that entire, like, morality exchange where she's like, fuck it, they were cannibals, and this is a thing to be removed, and blah, 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 and I can't believe you killed their parents, but their parents are a blight on society, and hi, kids.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what? Did that just happen?
Yeah, it's pretty strange. But the, what's interesting about all the arguments that the characters have is that they all rest on there being like they all assume that there is an undesirable them who needs to be destroyed, and this has been a common thread throughout the story, mostly with reference to like raiders. They disagree on how to go about removing the undesirables. And it just kind of exists in... you have this assumption that these people exist in significant number and are irredeemable and cannot be reasoned with, which is a big assumption for the story to make.
Oh, yeah.
And it does kind of tie in...
Well, and that way...
It does kind of... I think I've brought it up like from the first podcast, and I'll bring it up in the last podcast about Pip being an unreliable narrator, and it's like the possibility that she is choosing as a storyteller to rob these people of the personhood of an ability to be reasoned with. So here's the part where I talk about fascism.
I was gonna say I suddenly saw where that was going, and I'm like, I see exactly where he's going with this.
So the philosopher Umberto Eco, in his essay Ur-Fascism, he outlines 14 properties of fascist ideology. Now these don't need to be all present at the same time, and some of them they can contradict each other quite often, because fascism is an ideology that doesn't make any sense. But
for the most part, throughout history, every time it's cropped up, everybody's been like, this is the perfect thing, and then 5 minutes later it's like, wait, no, we should stop.
This has gone badly. But there's a few I want to call attention to, because that are kind of related to what I was getting at. There's I suppose there's the cult of tradition, which is a bit less relevant, but it's that thing of we must reconstruct the old glory, which is a bit of a theme in Fallout Equestria.
Yeah, a little bit.
There's obsession with a plot, which is the idea of this threat that is somewhere and must be dealt with, and the idea that pacifism is trafficking with the enemy, which is sort of So in the assumptions that the story makes, the old Equestria must be restored, raiders must be purged, and there is no reasoning with raiders. And also who the story dignifies with being right, which is important, because Velvet has, starts out obviously being a pacifist, but she's the story basically decides that she's wrong and changes her. There's I don't want to.
That's concerning.
I don't want to cast aspersions at the author here. Because I think this is more just something, sort of an accident of careless writing, rather than, a coherent worldview that formed the story.
I would hesitate it's careless because K-Cat has shown to be very meticulous in his writing.
You can be...
At times.
You can be meticulous in, the technical construction of a story, while also being completely careless thematically.
Sure.
Because it is also worth mentioning that this story was written at National Novel Writing Month speeds over 8 months. This thing was written very quickly, and basically it would not surprise me if just things like this kind of popped up by accident and didn't really have time to go back to, and then we get into the whole thing of trying to defend your work on the internet, and you end up defending positions that you're not actually entirely comfortable with, and it's a whole thing.
Sorry, the accident. Accidentally writing fascism. I don't know if that's the best thing to have done accidentally, but there's that.
You're just there writing your story, and then you get to the end, and you close the book, and the cover says Mein Kampf, and you're just like, how did that happen?
Oh no!
I mean, Fallout Equestria is pretty much Little Pip's struggle.
Oh god, yes, it is.
Right.
And it's not just in the conversations about. I also noticed that Elder Cottage Cheese's ramblings also kind of have a bit of. I suppose it also comes up with Red Eye as well. Just this, it's all in the assumptions that the story makes about the what needs to be done that kind of create this sort of uncomfortable thread here.
And that's something I think that even when, because we spoke already about virtues and how I think they're ours, but the fact of the matter is that that's the problem. And one of the things, and this is something that K-Cat even wrote into the pen and paper system that I thought was really dumb, was the idea that you could become lost to the wasteland. And it's that's not how this works, and that's not how that works in real life either. You don't suddenly become so distraught with how shitty humanity can be that you decide that the solution is to start murdering people. Normal people don't do that. If you do decide to do that, there's usually something psychologically wrong with you, and it's been there for a while.
Yeah, there's I can't. It's not really a solid source thing, but this idea of that I've heard floating around that the cruelest people are often the people who haven't suffered. Kind of related to the hedonic treadmill that I mentioned earlier. It's they're cruel because they don't realize it.
Well, then there's some of that. There's also not to get into too much psychology and in the weeds with it, but I mean, there's also the idea that unfortunately, the more power that you have over other people, the more likely you are to become cruel to them, and that's something that we've been able to replicate several times based on the Stanford prison experiment.
Oh yeah,
because
I would
no one has been
more than...
well, because no one has been able to complete that experiment, because you usually get to day 3 and go, oh shit, this is a bad thing.
I was going to say I'd hope there'd be more than just the Stanford prison experiment itself, because I'd heard there's things with that, but you'd know. There were things with that,
but it's been replicated several times and several other ways, and often in every single one of them they've had to cut off early, usually because the IRB steps in going, what the fuck are you doing? This is bad. And so far basically what we've kind of learned about this is that most people really don't do well with power, and that's a bad thing.
Kind of sounds like socialism.
I
was going to argue against that though, because I'm like, oh, this sounds like socialism. No, not quite.
Yeah, that's
more that.
Yeah. I feel like that's a misunderstanding of socialism, but that's by the by.
But more that people for the most part are for the most part, we tend to have people that realistically, there's a lot less people that are natural born leaders than there are that are people that are actually just kind of willing to kind of go along with stuff. And so forcing people out of that position, that role where they're not used to just going along with things, is really uncomfortable, and forcing people into those roles can often cause issues if you're not naturally like that. That's also the reason why, again, the other side of the Stanford Prison Experiment and other experiments have done this sort of thing where you basically put a artificially created disparity between two people, is that the people that are actually and again, this is also mirrors things that we see in sociology with minority populations, is that the more that you have this feeling like you can't get out of something, the more likely you are to stay there. It's the same reason why when you're dealing with things and from a social work standpoint, one of the most difficult things to actually really deal with when you're working with low-income populations is individuals that have struggled with generational poverty. They've struggled with generational poverty for so long. That's, again, like the hedonic treadmill that you mentioned, that's your norm. And getting out of that doesn't seem possible because your norm is here. And so, and there's other issues that come up too, just because more often than not, if you have low income and you're living in poverty, there's a different language that you use, and so the communication style between the educated elites that usually become social workers, unfortunately, and people that actually have spent time growing up in poverty, like I have, there's ways that you communicate differently because there's two different types of languages. But that's a little bit in the weeds here. But anyway, to get back to the point is that. But with that is that when you don't feel like you have a lot of power and stuff, basically the best way to kind of cope with that situation is much like Zenith, to keep your head down.
That's... I'm sorry, I've just been listening with rapt attention. That's all really interesting.
Sorry.
No, it's great.
But that's something that, like I said, with those experiments and that sort of thing, with everything that's happening, Pip's perspective on this is the very virtuous aspects of all this. And, there are people that really can't be saved. And I have always hated that argument coming out of there, because one of the things, one of the things that this actually show up a little bit in the very strange tale of Midnight Showers, and kind of shows up later at one point, is in which Pip comments on it, is her disbelief in the idea that ponies and zebras and every creature in the wasteland is not inherently good. But then we have this really weird cognitive dissonance where she's like, yeah, but raiders are and it's like,
yeah,
okay.
That kind of relates to I think it's another one of Umberto Eco's points about I don't know if it was, I may just be mixing 2 points up, but it does kind of remind me of the self-contradictory nature of fascism, where I know one of the points is definitely that the enemies are strong and weak at the same time, but you've also got the plots don't have to make sense; they just have to be there.
Right, exactly. Well, you're running off of a scapegoat thing. This other is the thing that's the threat, and which the concept of other, and we try to make it everything so monstrous, and the real issue is that it's just a complete lack of understanding that we run into of exactly what's going on. I will rant about that when we get to the Midnight Sparkle chapter, Midnight Shower chapter, though, because I have a lot on that.
If Fallout Equestria were to be rewritten, I would personally cut out Arbu, but I would keep the theme and the concept of Little Pip questioning her ethics and her morality with the fight on Buckland Cross. That's
honestly Buckland Cross as like an entire thing, and then them trying to get them never leaving Buckland Cross and trying to get the other people in charge to stand down would have made a lot more sense.
Definitely.
I mean, it's just a lot more relevant to Pardon me. It's a lot more relevant to everything else that's going on. Can't support my voice today. It's a lot more relevant. It's a lot more relevant to everything else that's going on, and it's Arbu just kind of overshadowed it.
It does, yeah.
You know, as things played out, just in terms of like fandom reception, it's just like I wasn't entirely sure what Buckland Cross was and why it was called that until I reread it this time.
Yeah.
Also, Basic, if you would, allow subtext to be subtext, that would probably, thin the volume considerably.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's. I mentioned it in the last podcast about citing the following ideas, 50 Shades. The idea that the internal monologue in the text can just actually it just makes the main character feel stupider because they sit there talking about exactly, they verbalize questions that the reader's already thinking, and we don't need that spelled out. It just makes them seem like an idiot. And how the movie, actually, by cutting out the monologue, just makes the character better.
Yep. Yeah.
Anyway.
So I just have one last thing to say about Arbu, which will probably make this discussion a bit longer. Who was right? Was Little Pip in the right slaughtering Arbu, or did Arbu do anything wrong?
Oh man, this is I feel like you're gonna have to ring a yes or no answer from me. Like you just pull.
Okay, I'll start. I'll start.
Maybe we should put it this way. Which you kind of covered ethics perspectives. I mean, which way would you prefer to analyze this from? Utilitarian or Kantian, or
I mean, because I was gonna like briefly come back to that
Aristotelian
and just kind of talk about the way we talk about ethics problems. I mentioned the trolley problem while we were on the break there, but the trolley problem is just kind of
the solution is multi-track drifting.
Hexakill. It's like there's a reason people don't like ethical philosophers is because they just bring up stuff like this that is annoying and doesn't have a comfortable answer. It doesn't make people feel good when they go like, okay, we have to choose between these two bad options, and that rarely come up in their unalloyed form in the real world without like some kind of mitigating circumstance. And that just it comes back to how contrived the whole situation is, where it's just kind of as like it feels like I shouldn't have to answer this because it's so dumb. I know that's not the answer you want.
No, it's not.
It just buys time while I think about God. I mean, I feel like the sensible option would have been to not fly into a murderous rage right away and just kind of let's put a pin in this problem and come back to it later.
Yeah.
Like that's what I, with a clear head and hindsight, would be thinking is the correct approach. Which, I mean, that's kind of at Calamity's, she had options stage of thinking. Pardon me. I mean, I suppose again to come back to the the way we talk about ethical problems, we get as far as the range of possible responses is limited by the question and the assumptions the question makes.
Right.
It's like the whole why did you steal that handbag? Kind of presumes that you stole a handbag, and if you didn't steal a handbag, you're just like what?
Yeah, there are certain axiomatic presuppositions to this whole situation.
So I like how Horse just spent like 5 minutes like not answering the question. To be opposite of him, I'm gonna go with the Kantian approach and basically say, yeah, no, that was while I don't think her methods were the best, the end result I think was correct. I mean, basically at this, while she had many options that she could have made, so did Arbu. Arbu has had so many options, and while I do understand from the perspective of, obviously there's always place as character and place as identity, they were like a quarter day's trot from Friendship City.
Yeah.
And Friendship City is like the nicest settlement in the wasteland. Why the fripp are you living in the middle of like goddamn nowhere with, okay, yes, the coffee lesbian sign. I would love to have a poster of that. But, at the same time...
Signs can be lifted and moved someplace else.
Yes, they can. You could in fact probably take that down, move it somewhere else. If you want to make Friendship City be really nice, just put it on the deck of the aircraft carrier. That's fine.
Yeah.
That will really attract people. You might need to set up a brothel, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. But that's the thing, is it's like, not only did she have options, they had options. And they opted for things that basically jump in the face of most acceptable ethical
that makes sense.
Things. And thus, I don't think that her methods were the best, but bad methods, right results.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what it comes down to. It's like this... Just to have the tiny like image of Hitler just slip back into frame again for a second.
Oh, now I feel bad about that. Now that I've said that, oh god.
No. Oh, Jesus Christ! No, that's not what I meant. I meant I'm talking about fascism again.
Okay. I was like, wait, have I just said something like horrible? Oh
no. That's the Heartshine is not a fascist. You can quote me on that. Captainhoers 2019. Heartshine is not a fascist.
I hope not. Good lord.
I distracted myself from what I was going to say.
Sorry.
The story kind of, back to assumptions. It's like assumes that any kind of due process is not on the table. And like I think that's the sticking point. It's it's the right outcome, wrong methods. It's like we would like to see Arbu not be a thing anymore, where people are killed and eaten for their meat. But like I'm a squishy person living in the 21st century and think that a fair trial is nice. And yeah, this gets into the weeds of things that K-Cat has said about, like, defending Pip's actions in the wasteland and bringing up all sort of nasty examples of, like, Vietnam and Africa and stuff, and it's a mess. So yeah, basically I agree with
some of those examples, because at some points there's a comment that she made at one point that I just went, Kat, what point are you actually defending?
Oh god, yeah, that means
like, God love you, but darling,
yeah,
my dude.
Yeah.
So I'm of the opinion that Arbu did absolutely nothing wrong here. And let me explain to you why that is.
Just gonna play the wild card here and
Arbu did nothing wrong, much like Red Eye.
Much
like the Enclave.
Everything I say is right. So.
Okay.
Thank God for me. No, continue.
Continue, basic, yeah.
So yeah, as has been established, Arbu operates on a rather utilitarian sort of frame of mind. They don't just eat any random pony that walks up. Like the Unity preacher that they cannibalize. Who is going to complain about a Unity preacher getting killed and eaten? I mean, nothing of value was lost that day. And raiders, like, who cares about raiders?
Sorry. I'm just imagining, like, You saying that, and then like in my head, like like the LDS or Jehovah's Witnesses showing up at your door and having a very interesting conversation with you, basically. But anyway, continue.
I'm thinking of like Hot Fuzz.
Oh
yeah. I'm also like just getting into like the just Fallout Equestria memes of just like it's like you just have like Red Eye saying this. It's like it fits.
Anyway, continue.
Yeah, and I don't think it's something that Arbu regularly did, because it's also established that they use the Radigator farm as a source of meat. But obviously they can't rely on that because of population control. Like some years there's a smaller population of Radigators to feed on than other years. So, and eating ponies is seen as an emergency backup and something out of convenience. And also, it's like, that's meat. That's if they just buried the bodies, then that's something that could have been used for something better purposes. So they're actually being very conservative when they're eating ponies out of necessity, like raiders and other useless ponies on the wasteland. It's something that would have otherwise gone without any use. You know what I'm saying?
I see what you're getting at. I mean,
yeah.
I'm
not very good at expressing myself. I know what I feel. It's just hard to get that into words.
I get what you're saying, coming out from like the waste not want not perspective.
Yes.
I mean,
yes. Thank you.
I feel like
and which really falls into that utilitarian perspective too that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and like it's a yeah. I feel like I mentioned it in passing that like the if I mean, I've already been complaining about the story being too cluttered, but it's just add like a couple of ponies struggling with like mad cow disease from their cannibalism, just in the background. That's getting a bit grim, even for Equestrian.
Yeah.
Yeah, the prion diseases. Those are fantastic.
Yeah,
right?
prions. Yeah. So yeah, that's really all I had to say.
Okay.
Little Pip is a raider. Arbu did nothing wrong. And also, like, one thing that really, really pisses me off about the Arbu chapter is the Arbu chapter is padding in this arc enough as it is, but then you have the fucking audio logs, which is padding within the padding chapter.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, why are these here?
Yeah,
I think this is an excellent segue.
And like, look, because like in game terms, like, yeah, that would totally be something that would be really interesting to me. Like, I liked like the like audio logs in Fallout 4 about the like that one like gangster dude. Like, I've legit wandered around trying to find those because I had fun with those. But like, in a book where you're trying to advance a plot and you're not like playing a walking simulator with guns.
Yeah, that's basically
what it is.
That's
real. That's Fallout 4 is.
Yeah.
But like basically like you're right. You've already written a chapter that's padding for your plot, and you're now adding a C plot onto something that really didn't even need a B plot.
Yeah. I feel like this is an excellent segue into the section I have on narrative structure.
Well, I think even with the pacing too, I think that's again, there's that there, and God, the thing that actually bugged me about the old Olney chapters, and then a little bit into the chapter once they finally get out of the Hellhound Hellvoid.
Yeah, Hellhound Hellvoid.
That's what it is. And then they keep going. But no, like but basically like, and once they get back to the tower, is that stuck within this is I found some actually really interesting characterization points that actually made Zenith interesting for like 5 seconds before she like faded back into the shadows and became a cardboard cutout on the wall with stripes. it is basically like is talking with her about with with Pip and Zenith moving together through the
kitchen. They're in
the kitchen scenes.
Yeah, they're in the fire station where Zenith is just like putting stuff on the countertop and then it's rolling off like she's an astronaut who's just come back from space and hasn't remembered how gravity works.
Well, there's that, but what I was thinking of is actually like less
about
I
thought it was hilarious.
It was less about the dumb shit that was happening there, but more about what she was saying. And one of the things that I thought was really fascinating, and also had a point of here's my drop into mild feminist criticism of the story. So part of the conversation is that Zenith basically states to her that she's Pip's responsibility, and Pip is like, what the hell are you talking about? Is this some sort of weird like zebra life debt thing? And when she basically kind of has a conversation with her, is that she's basically states that Zenith says that she's never felt like she's been her own mare. And there's a lot of really kind of interesting and gross implications about the fact that she's never felt like she's really ever had bodily autonomy before, because she's basically was owned by her parents, then her husband, with indications that she was abused by him, which comes back up later in Glyphmark, and then as a slave. And one of the things that I was like, this is really interesting, and this is great character building for her. And then 2 chapters later, we have Homage teasing Pip about the idea of having a threesome with Zenith, and Pip going, this is a great idea, despite the fact that she's like, hey, by the way, this zebra that doesn't like being touched, and that sort of thing, also just revealed to you that she's been basically abused by every major power figure in her life, and so that's cool, right?
Oh my god.
And I'm like, as I'm reading it, I'm sitting here going, this is the most disgusting thing I've ever read. Like, well, not ever read, because I've read Horizon, but like from in within this story, like of all the shit that goes on in this story, this scene just fucking set me off, because it was one of those things where it's like, given all the shit the poor zebra's gone through, given everything else that's been going through, and then for Pip to turn around and basically start exoticizing the other with Zenith, and to basically have gone from the conversation of, oh wow, the zebra's been through a lot, she's been like sexually assaulted multiple times, she's never felt like she's herself, she's clearly a victim of a lot of abuse, and then turn around and be like, but badass, is like, it was one of those like moments that was like, it was so jarringly like inept, I guess, in its writing, that I was like, I can tell that K-Cat's a man, because if you had been a girl, you would have thought about this.
Exactly, yeah.
So, sorry, that's my rant on Zena.
I honestly don't know how to follow that. It's just like, wow. Yeah, it's one of those things that, like, it's just been at the back of my mind, but it's just like, that's hit the nail on the head.
Sorry for my mild feminist criticism of this story, but this is shit. It's just.
I think we've beat the Arbu topic to death.
Yeah, Arbu has been thoroughly slaughtered, and we still have Glyphmark, Velvet Remedy, and Canterlot to get through.
Yeah.
But first, a little side tour into narrative structure, and I have this in relation to Old Olney in particular, but it is a wide-reaching tendrils of problems.
Yeah, I think we can definitely use Old Olney as our focus point here.
Yeah. So like this part of the story, this volume, particularly like in the middle of it, it's sort of, I have it described here as peak Fallout Equestria in terms of it's in this weird like second act slump. It's far enough away from any meaningful shifts in the status quo, and it just leaves the characters kind of on autopilot. They can't develop, sharply in this part of the story because we've got more world building tour to complete. So they just argue in circles to fill the time, and it just leaves their, all their worst tendencies just kind of coming up over and over again. Old Olney is obviously the most egregious example of this because there's no good reason for them to be there. Like, all it would take is just Calamity doesn't get injured on the way out of the Maripony, and
it's seriously that simple. Yeah,
they just move on. And Like, there's no reason to be there, and there's not really that much in the way of consequences. Like, Velvet gets her leg hacked off, and a week later she's fine.
Yeah.
Like, it's mentioned again, but it's not a serious problem. I mean, they pick up like the energy weapon ward, but like that's sort of like they bring it up, and then it's not really adding anything. This doesn't go anywhere. This is just more world building, and it's like to the I mean, it's not that there's nothing to like in the old online chapters. I was actually I initially thought the hospital horrors were just like, oh, it's just the thing from the games. They're here now, and there's a really uncomfortable thing with like the tentacles and Pip being worried that she's about to have a very bad time.
We've all seen enough hentai.
Yeah, it's kind of, you know, I just you know, reading that and just getting like a sinking feeling. I was like, oh no. But I thought that was just all pointless fluff until I mean, there was like the audio log with like the person who had the accident with the barrels and just kind of turned into one of them, and it's just like, oh, that's. I mean, it's kind of... Yeah,
that's... I have my note on that is, Jesus Christ, how horrific.
Oh, yeah. It's absolutely, you know, horrifying. And it does the world-building job of, like, yeah, Taint is, like, bad and dangerous. It's like the one redeeming part of the hospital, in my opinion, and even then it's like, you could have relayed this world-building detail to us in a way that didn't take up 2 chapters!
Yeah, really. If I could just stop you there real quick. Oh, that's my general takeaway for all of Volume 4. A lot of it is pointless. Is pointless fluff, but there's also a lot of really cool world building, and KCAT takes a lot of opportunities to sprinkle breadcrumbs here and there about the world and the story and setting up later plot points.
Yeah. It kind of feels sometimes like the flavor text in an RPG rulebook, just kind of put together as a story.
Yeah.
Where like the main purpose is not telling a story with compelling characters, but showing off the world. And it's like...
Yeah, it's like those like little splat pages that they have in each section in a Pathfinder book.
Yeah, except we also have to put up with like multiple pages of Pip monologuing about her feelings again at the top of every chapter. The story is... It's a very long story, and this is it seems to like get longer as it goes on later, like Homestuck. And we're just kind of reaching the... Cause, I mean, you mentioned the story about, like, you know... I remember how we got onto Zenith, which is just, like, there's these nuggets of characterization that are just kind of stuck in the swamp of details that is this part of the story. And there's just all kinds of these things getting lost. And it only gets worse as the volume goes on, because Canterlot is just...
It's a fucking mess.
It's a deluge of, you know... a pile-up of narrative payoff that is all just fighting with each other for attention, along with a whole load of other random clutter that doesn't matter, and we have no way of telling which is which, just because there's just so much of it. And I know KCAT uses Chekhov's gun as a just in commentary about the story, just talking about the planting and payoff, and I feel like KCAT is misusing that, because what they're really talking about is planting and payoff.
Yes,
because the principle of Chekhov's gun is, it's the literal like definition of it is like, if you put a gun on the stage in the first scene of the play, then in the second scene it should go off. The idea of that isn't like, the key part of that isn't planting and payoff. It's economy of detail. It's that you don't put shit in the story that doesn't matter because it's distracting. It's and like
yeah. Well, and I think it's made worse though, definitely in the Canterlot chapter, by the fact that Pip starts off with, "I made sure to cut out parts," and I'm like, "Bitch, you didn't.
Yeah.
You lying little shit. You did not cut anything out." The only parts you cut out is you taking a leak.
And it's like what I mentioned with the or what you mentioned with the audio logs. It's just having like A and B and C plots, and we're all just jumping around, and also like the scene to scene transitions between them are at very weird times sometimes as well. This is something I mentioned way back in podcast 1, how she rescues Derpy off screen. We just kind of it's a hot mess.
Yeah, it's I
all of us have a moment of silence.
I never liked. Oh yeah, it's there's a lot of Chekhov's gun in Fallout Equestria. It's like, no, it's not Chekhov's gun. It's as you said, it's setting up and payoff. Which I think is good storytelling, because it's it gives a lot of details and a lot of world building to the story, but it can be very distracting at times when you have all of these little details sprinkled throughout the story. Some of them don't go anywhere.
Well, yeah, that's just thing. It's like if it's a if it's a plot detail that doesn't go anywhere, then it's not Chekhov's gun. It's the opposite of Chekhov's gun. It's Chekhov's Nerf gun.
Chekhov's Nerf gun. But and I think the other thing with the payoff and details is like the way that everything gets crammed together. Like she planned on finishing the story in like volume 5, and yet it feels like the way everything has been crammed together is that it was we might have a cancellation at season 4, so better like resolve all these plot arcs.
Yeah. Well, it's
and then randomly remember that the series is continuing.
I mean, that would be great if they were actually being resolved and not just kind of taken a tour through. It's like because there's stuff that just like it's a sort of a setup with no payoff, or a payoff with no setup. It's like Velvet when they're in Old Olney, Velvet just kind of randomly sings at a really high note, and this scares away the hellhounds, and it's just like, how long could you have remembered that you could do that earlier, or did you just do this randomly and it happened to work? What's going on here? I don't think that's ever explained.
It works. Randomly happens and it works. In which again, like at that point it feels like then we've got ponies striking things on a typewriter and hoping to get Hamlet out of it.
I have no. So Velvet sings to drive away the hellhounds. And there's no setup to this, and there's also no setup to Calamity just conveniently knowing about this hospital in Old Olney. That
strikes me as like more plausible, because like he's been topside for a while. He'll probably has some local knowledge. Velvet, because like it's not like Velvet like pulls this out the first time that they encounter a hellhound, having like maybe read about it or just kind of using general knowledge about animals to like. She does this like in a huff when they're arguing in the middle of a fight, having at like several like encounters through Old Olney. Like she doesn't break this out at the start. She just does it like just somewhere in the middle of the chapter.
Yeah. Just a quick note on Pip and Co.'s journey into Old Olney. I just want to say I agree with Little Pip's strategy of taking pot shots at the hellhounds from a distance, because that's exactly what I did in New Vegas in Quarry Junction. That's really the best method to take care of them.
I have more notes about that strategy conversation in the Velvet Remedy section later. But we'll put a pin on that. Yeah, we'll put a pin in that. Like the what was it? There was the, as I click my fingers here trying to remember, the thing with the Enclave mind control thing. Does that go anywhere?
Yes, that comes up in like one of the last chapters.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. So
I mean,
I guess we're reviewing right now.
I guess it would be even more confusing if it never paid off.
Yeah,
but But also, we're just kind of getting back into the thing of the story being such a swamp of details that stuff like this just gets lost. Like, one of the things I complained about in the prose section... By the way, how drunk are you?
Well, you dumped all of your complaints at the very beginning, and I couldn't keep up, so I only took, like, 2 shots.
Okay, that's... Okay, good, because I was just kind of, like, half expecting you to just have, like, chugged half the bottle just with... Anyway, one of the things I complained about was it just whenever some of the callbacks, not all of the callbacks, some of the callbacks just kind of K-Cat just quotes the line that is being called back to like it's a children's show, which I guess we're this is being written in season 1 and a lot of kind of but ordinarily, that would just be kind of annoying. It's like, do you think I'm an idiot? I'm reading the story too. But the story is so long and packed with detail that actually becomes necessary to keep track of everything. Or to, like, make sure that everyone's still on the same page.
Honestly, I personally, especially... Okay, this is one of the things... Okay, one of the very few things I like about Volume 4 is, like, now... all of these individual pieces are starting to come together, and Little Pip is starting to finally form the overall image of this puzzle she's been piecing together this whole time. And I love it when there are those callbacks in her memory of things she's heard and things she's seen. Because it's a narrative way of doing it when you're in a movie and there's like an echo of a line spoken previously, and like, oh, now that makes sense. So I personally love K-Cat doing that.
Yeah, I guess it's just I'm not. I guess it's just a question of technique and when it's appropriate to do that, because I feel like doing that is just kind of the opposite of subtle. And there are times when you don't want to be subtle. So
yeah. Honestly, it reminds me a bit of the first Sherlock Holmes movie near the end, where like he's having this epiphany and he's putting all the pieces together in his mind, and there are these flashbacks to earlier scenes.
Oh yeah, I mean,
and he's putting it all together.
That definitely makes sense, because he's a detective, and the point of the movie is a detective movie.
Yeah,
and it's like the alternative is just we sit at we watch Sherlock just kind of standing there, putting everything together in his head, and then running off to do something. And then we've got BBC's Sherlock.
Before season 4.
Well, because once we get to season 4, he's just not thinking and just doing.
Yeah. God, I fucking hate season 4 of Sherlock. Anyways.
Anyone else have anything to say about structure? Because I've said a bunch. I mean, it's kind of rambled into... it's spilled into other topics. But.
Horse, I would say you're the most knowledgeable on story structure, because most of my notes are about the meta-narrative of the story itself and criticizing that. So if you have nothing else on story structure, I think we can move on to any other talking points.
Yeah, I don't really have too much on structure other than I mostly it's just mirroring what you said. Is that it would have been, again reminding ourselves that this was written in 8 months, which considering that the Ministry's chapter is like basically a novel in itself.
Yeah, it's
it's one of those things that in actual editing passes, it probably would have been best to go through and remind ourselves that brevity is godliness.
Yeah. It's and I know I've said this a few times in the podcast already, but I'm just going to say it again because I think it's really relevant right now. Volume 4 is just terribly bloated with a lot of unnecessary bullshit. The whole point of Volume 4 is to go to Canterlot and get the Black Book, but it's predicated on such contrived nonsense and unnecessary distractions.
Yeah, it's like we just kind of end up in this rabbit hole of so it's like I can see from a setup point of view, it's like okay, we need to go to Canterlot, make a plan to Canterlot. Part of it involves extracting my memories, so I'm going to leave an instruction list for myself, and we're going to follow that. Okay, I like that setup. That has potential. And they get constantly distracted. We just end up in this, like, the list itself is actually very short, but, like, they get to point 2 as, like, okay, we're going to Canterlot, so we need Steelhooves, and then Steelhooves needs us to do something, and then we get, you know, we get distracted from that thing by another thing, and we get distracted from that thing by another thing, and oh, look where we are. We're in Eradicator Sanctuary. How did this happen?
Yeah.
Oh, it's like how you end up feeling like when you're playing Fallout 4 and you're like, you know, it's 40 hours into the game and you're like, wait, what am I doing again?
Yeah.
Oh, right, my child.
It's like...
I forgot about the baby.
Like, that's fine for a game.
God, some mothers leave them in hot cars. I just kind of forgot about the fact that they existed because I got too busy, you know, playing The Sims with the wasteland.
Yeah, I think we've got the bases covered on structure. That's a good place to leave it.
Yeah,
it's like, hey, don't, you know, when you're adapting Fallout, don't adapt the gameplay rhythms of Fallout.
Yeah, really.
They're not compelling reading.
Yeah.
No.
So, next on the docket is, you know, now that we've had our fun little poke at that, let's talk about Glyphmark.
Yes, Glyphmark. So again, they're on their way to Canterlot. Okay, we're going into Canterlot. We're gonna get the Black Book. We're gonna go in and out. But then we get attacked by Bloodwings, and then we see zebras, and now we have to get involved in this situation now.
Which, to be fair with that one did kind of make some sense because it was like, hey, we're trying to rescue Xena's kid. Yeah. So at least there's like this vague sort of reason behind it.
It's as digressions go, it's not like it's one of the less egregious ones, and having a base camp for Canterlot makes a lot of sense. What I wanted to talk about is this is where we get into fantastic racism or fantastical racism.
Oh, good! I'm not the only one that said zebra racism.
Yeah,
this is wow.
So doing race in fantasy is always kind of weird and fraught. I feel like the show in season 1 did this kind of clumsily because it's like we have our opener, we have our unicorns, our Pegasi, our Earthprennies. That's all well and good. We've got our 3 tribes, they get along, and blah 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 blah. Then we get to episode 11. We introduce Sakura, and Sakura has all this African shorthand, and suddenly the context of everything changes because it's like if and we have like the buffalo later in the season as well. And they've got like Native American shorthand in a very strange episode that I have many complaints about that we will not get into. But I've got your fucking number, Dave Polsky. But
oh boy,
having like this shorthand sort of recontextualizes ponies as it's like if zebras are African and buffalo are Native American, then what are ponies? Well, I guess they're European, and that gets a little weird when you realize that ponies are, by the nature of the fiction, the caretakers of the world. Do you see what I mean when I talk about like you have to be careful when you think about themes?
Yeah.
Like if you don't think about this stuff, it just creeps in by accident.
The Pegasi are pretty much an XP for the Greeks and the Romans.
I mean, yeah. There's that too. I mean, like they are. I mean, that stuff can. Yeah, like there's the Greeks and Romans. And there's like the Canterlot, Camelot. Yeah, Fallout Equestria actually kind of it sort of improves on this by just changing what the shorthand for zebras is to like Roman stuff. We've got Kaiser, and there's just like a bunch of random other stuff like martial.
Well, that's just New Vegas implementing.
Yeah. I mean, it's still kind of exotic mystery stuff, and it's a little wibbly and like, but. I'm not quite sure what I'm expecting from people writing in 2011 about this in a fan fiction.
Well, but But still, though, like, realistically, like, looking through that section, like, one of my comments that I made about it is that, holy shit, is, like, does Midnight Showers have this, like, oh, God, this might be a reference that would make sense more to basic than you, Horse, is looking at the differences between, like, northern and southern racism in the United States.
That does make sense to me, yeah.
Oh, good. You do know it. Okay, good, sweet. But basically, like, there's just this extremely, like, northern style racism that comes out of him that just bugs the shit out of me because, like, with all the contextual cues that we're given in the show and that sort of thing, and, you know, that's the, what are you actually saying here? Moments that we have with this is that the entire, his analysis of zebras and their culture was kind of a gut punch for me, honestly, because, like, I've heard similar statements.
I thought Midnight Shower was a girl.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I thought it was a guy, but maybe I'm wrong.
It doesn't matter, sorry.
It's not amazingly relevant now.
Regardless, the point is that I've heard this, a lot of his viewpoints and the way that he talks about culture of other, it was disgustingly reminiscent of social workers I did not get along with working in the inner city in Portland. Especially when we were dealing with minority populations, because there's this, like, air of, like, weird, like, pity that he has, like, look at the poor savages, but, like, it's at the same time it's like, well, but they're like that because they're not us. And I've always hated that because it's one of those things where you end up not really meeting someone where they are. And so, but it was one of those points that, you know, and then you have the continuation. But it's interesting the way that you know, obviously, when you're making commentaries on race and culture and that sort of thing in any sort of work, you know, again, like you said, 2011, what sort of commentaries are people going to be making? Probably not nearly as much as maybe they could be, but that's up for debate, honestly. But
it's like being a white supremacist with a guilty conscience.
I mean, yeah, that's that's a surprising amount of that's more common than you might think.
Well, and I think that's the other side of it is that it's that part of, like, oh God, how do I put this without getting into, like, intersectionality?
No, let's
positionality.
Let's get into it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
God, I hate these topics because they make me angry.
All right. Comment section.
But rip that. But anyway, but no, basically, like, what you're starting to run into is that it's like, I think that your description there, basic, is actually kind of apt because in a lot of ways, you're right. It's that, you know, it's like feeling bad for being a white supremacist, but you're not feeling bad about it at the same time. Because, like, I think in some ways there's also, from looking at it from like a positionality perspective, Midnight Shower recognizes that, like, they have advantages and that there's certain, like, basically privileges that they have being obviously unicorn, part of the dominant society and that sort of thing. But where they stop is their understanding of what that actually means and how that actually affects them and why the other people might be not treating them the same way. And so that's why, like, the entire scenes with, like, all the scenes with, you know, dealing with her, him, or I can't remember the gender of Midnight Shower, honestly, dealing with, like, the police and trying to get them thing, and, like, having this, like, well, I have this, and I have this demand, and you should just do this for me, and I'm, like, sitting here going, like, oh my God, stop. Basically not understanding the point of power that they have over the minority zebra population that they have at that time. And it's just one of those things that, like, you know, it's when you don't understand what you're looking at, I think that there's definitely things that kind of show up that really get kind of really uncomfortable really quickly because
I mean I have a few contrasts to bring up in sort of depictions of racism, in that, like, like Midnight Shower is. I mean, we're talking about like, yeah, this is super uncomfortable to read, but it's like kind of like that's the point, because Midnight Shower is yeah. I want to bring this up in contrast to media that has done racism in a very, very lazy way. For example, movies like Crash and Bright, where
oh god,
yeah, where they sort of they pin all of they pin the entirety of racism on like a few bad apples who are individually bad, and there is and there's another thing in relation to Bright that I'll bring up when I talk about like the Little Pip timeline, because race comes up there as well. But it's just like the mindset behind it, where you have people like blaming people for like things that happened a long time ago, or just having like reasons for it that are almost like they try to rationalize it instead of what racism tends to be, which is just kind of there's no it's an emotional response that is justified post hoc by things like, you know, the skull shape study thing, the phrenology, that's the one.
God. Phrenology,
like pseudoscience like that. Whereas Midnight Shower is like, yeah, it kind of works this way, where it's like you just don't realize what you're doing. I will say my notes for this, I didn't go through them as thoroughly, so I feel like I'm just kind of waffling here. But related to the Little Pip timeline, that's where it starts to get a little screwier, because you still have people, you know, being racist against zebras. And it feels a little odd because this is like 200 years later. I mean, I'm not saying it wouldn't happen. It would just happen differently. Like some of the like the logistical consequences for like the reason why Glyphmark is where it is because Zebra Town was there, and yeah, you have a population of zebras, and also in the years immediately after the war, zebras probably would have been ostracized and just kind of forced to live in the worst place, and like that's why it is. However, 200 years have passed. I suppose that's kind of getting into like the world being in sort of stasis for 200 years.
Yeah. And also, it's also helped by Red Eye, because Stern's slavers also came through Zebra Town, and they just like left the colts and fillies of the Zebra Town because they didn't feel like they were fit to be re-educated.
That's a very recent thing, though.
Yeah.
Well, the other side of it. Well, I think though that though you know we're saying that this is something that exists in a vacuum, but the fact of the matter is that's not actually really the case if you think about it, because realistically we have different points of basically racist ideology that have existed largely unchanged.
Yeah.
For just several thousand years.
Oh yeah, I'm not
getting into like Japan.
Yeah, I'm not saying
their views on Koreans.
Yeah, I'm not saying like 200 years pass and suddenly the racism against zebras goes away. It's a little more stubborn than that. But it's just like the way people talk about it. It just reminded me of there's a line in Bright where there's like a one of the police officers. He is of Mexican extraction. And he has this throwaway line when they're like dealing with some kind of situation, as like I think it's "Don't look at me, Mexicans still get shit for the fucking Alamo," and it's like that is not the way people talk about Mexicans. that is like some Hollywood writer in a bold of me to assume this movie had a writer. But basically, someone who does not know what they're talking about has tried to write this line, and there's like shades of that with some of the ways people talk about zebras in the Little Pip timeline, where they're still going on about the war instead of like more pressing concerns, like more modern stuff. That
But in a lot of ways, though, like too, I mean, I don't know.
No, go ahead.
Racism is dumb inherently, so like you know that there's also that aspect of it of like, well, my grandfather always hated them, so
yeah,
you know, that's kind of how it is.
Yeah, there is that.
Thanks, Kentucky. But
yeah. Oh boy, this topic is difficult.
Yeah, it is. It's
no, like I want like that was the thing is like I think we need to like kind of own that too. Is that like all of us are sitting here and you know I'm not gonna make any assumptions just because I don't think I've actually met you in person, Horse. But like you know, Basic and I are both Caucasian. And I think the only thing that like we have as points of like not privilege is that we've both grown up in poverty.
Yeah.
So beyond that, we're like
I'm like probably like I'm like honestly probably the most privileged here, having like I'm white, I'm Irish, and I did not grow up in poverty. So yeah, it's oh god, it's difficult to talk about this stuff because I just don't know. It's yeah.
But I mean, well, that's the thing is like speaking to experiences and stuff. Obviously, we can't have the same parallels, but it is an interesting. It's just a very interesting mix of reads that like were put into here, like where there's a lot of like real world analogs, but then also like you said, things like that, like comments like that in Bright, where you're like, I don't think anyone actually would see it that way, but okay.
Yeah, it's like we don't we don't blame the French for Napoleon still in that kind of way.
I mean, we could if we wanted to, but no, we don't.
Yeah. While we're on the subject of racism and the concept of a cartoon horse show, let's talk about Steelhooves' pre-war racism in these logs with Midnight Shower.
This is
his racism is very interesting. Because he's sent to sort of police this town shortly after the assassination attempt on Princess Celestia by a zebra. And there comes a point in this C plot, let's say, where these I think these zebra no it's Steelhooves' subordinates like sexually assaulting some zebra mare, and he like beats the hell out of his subordinates, not out of like support for the zebra, but out of this sense of inherent justice. But he still says, "Boy, I hate ziggers."
Right. Yeah, that.
I mean, there's almost shades of like Japanese internment about the whole Zebra Town situation.
Yeah.
And it's god.
Well, let's. I've actually got this section pulled up. There and to think that this entire place was not even a concept not so long ago, but then there was no real need for segregation until the zebras massacred our children at Littlehorn.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, there's also like the equation of race and nationality, which is sort of an unfortunate like inheritance from just the way fantasy races tend to work, where it's like all of the people of this, race or ethnicity or species all have the one country, and that's them, and that sort of identifies the actions of their leaders with all of them in a way that's a little like stronger from like a surface level read than it would be if, say, there was more than one zebra country, and then it just kind of allows people to blame individual random zebras in Equestria for the actions of a foreign government.
Well, which is interesting though, because like Basic was saying, that really pings of Japanese internment during World War II.
Yeah. And
one of the other sides of that too is that like much like the Japanese internments during World War II, at one point, Midnight Shower says something along the lines of like how he's like talking about, well, in your homeland, and the zebras are like, bitch, I live here.
It's
Equestria is my home. The fuck are you on?
It's like, oh my god. It's I mean, just as to keep it vaguely lighthearted in this trying time, we it's like people asking Irish Americans about like, you know, Irish mythology, and it's just like, do you have what? I mean, I bring this up just because I've had odd experiences with Irish Americans where like when they realize that I'm Irish from Ireland and live in Ireland, I can look out my window and see Ireland. They say I'm Irish. I'm
green and pretty.
I'm in town. There's only one sheep. They say I'm Irish too, and it's just like,
no, you're not.
not in a way that like matters to most of. I mean, it can matter to you as far as like cultural heritage goes, but like only what has been told to you by your family. You know, there is nothing about, you know. You might have nothing to do with it with Ireland, you know, and
which actually, you know, I think is a kind of a uniquely American perspective, because you really don't see that with other nations. Like the U.S. is like, well, I'm American, but because most of us, like most of the, at least the European and Caucasian populations are concerned, have actually all of them, all of the Caucasian populations concerned, we've emigrated here from somewhere. Be it Ireland or Italy or England, or in the case of my family, most of Eastern Europe, after, you know, engaging in horse thievery, cuckoldry, and then sometimes horse thievery and cuckoldry at the same time. My ancestors are Roma, if that makes any sense, and I really wish that they weren't stereotypical Roma. But if you pick every bad stereotype you have about that particular group of travelers, that was my family, and we've thus continued it since then, including my aunt burning down her house.
Okay.
Every time I'm like, my mom was like, no, we're Swedish, and my grandmother was like, no, we come from the Roma, and I'm like, could we not be bad racial stereotypes, because there's other things that are parts of this culture that we could be.
But basically, I do see what you mean about like, because obviously we have you know, immigration into Europe as well, and we do have like minority populations. It's different in that it's not most of people, but also it's, you know, you get this thing where after a while, you know, people don't like. It is like not as much of a thing as in America, where you just like hold on to, you know, that idea of like another nationality from multiple generations. It's like, it's like you have like say like you know, third generation. You know, Pakistani British people, and they're like, you know, I'm English, you know, I'm just English, you know.
It's called assimilation.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like their culture isn't gone, but it's like, you know, they would introduce themselves as English, you know.
Right, exactly. It's like the cultural identities. I mean, obviously your culture is still there, but like Greg basically was saying with assimilation is you assimilate into the dominant culture and go, well, this is what I am. I may have some practices that aren't necessarily dominant culture because I'm still part of a minority population. However, at the same time, you know, I'm this is my identity.
Yeah. So it's just like so now I'm just like imagining it's like Midnight Shower, just like going up to like Sadiq Khan or someone, you know, just and just being like, hey, what's going on in Pakistan? And he's just like, what are you talking about? So yeah, I can see why Midnight Shower got a frosty reception.
Yeah, well, because then that's basically what she was doing, and like, I mean, and unfortunately, like again, the parallels to what happened in the U.S. during World War II with the Japanese is that's how it was. Is that unfortunately, like, you had people that would be like, well, I can't believe that you're doing this.
It's like
and then you have Japanese soldiers that are like, yeah, it's kind of shitty that those people did that. Good thing I'm an American. You twat.
Oh boy.
Diving a bit. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have something else?
I was just gonna ask if we had more to cover on this topic, but you were about to jump in with something.
Yes, yeah. I was gonna say, diving a bit more into Steelhooves' disposition towards.
Oh yeah,
this
because we were going to talk about Steelhooves, and we've just been keep talking about Midnight Shower. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
This is a good jumping point to get into his disposition towards zebras, not only in the pre-war timeline with Midnight Shower, but also the Apple memory orb that they find in Camelot. Mm-hmm. Which, I mean, Steelhooves, to me, other than Calamity, is the most fascinating character in the story, disbarring his casual racism of zebras.
Is it really casual?
It's not really casual. It's
a
very fiery race.
Midnight had a.
It's a very.
I was gonna say. I just thought I'd ask that.
Yeah.
You know,
it's a very fiery hatred of zebras.
Yeah. Like when they first rescue Zenith, he is not comfortable with her at all.
Yeah. Which is interesting that he's held on to this prejudice for 200 years without once being challenged on it.
Yeah, well, I mean,
his entire life.
I mean, Equestria is probably not the most challenge. It's not an environment that's going to naturally challenge his assumptions about zebras very much.
Yeah.
They've got all this, they didn't exactly send someone around after the bombs to clear up all the propaganda.
Yeah. But I do love the memory orb where he kills Zecora. I don't enjoy Steelhooves killing Zecora, but I love just how angry he gets, and he hints at how betrayed he felt, because he was on this path of trying to open up his heart and his mind to accepting zebras, and even alludes to the fact that he was there when Zecora came to Applejack's house and they shared a table at dinner together.
Yeah, it does feel like he was on the road to learning and growing, and then this misunderstanding just kind of threw all that in the bin. And
it's because of that I just love Steelhooves and how damaged he is, and how you allow. This is something I relate to a lot. It is the burning, blind anger when it comes to a misunderstanding, and then feeling great regret afterwards, because it's I think it was at some point in Volume 4, Little Pip admits to Steelhooves that no, Zecora was never a traitor. She was contracted by the Ministry of Awesome and Morale to be a spy, and then
she's trying to get close to the Kaiser.
Yep, and once Pip tells him that, he goes really quiet, taking that in, and there's not a whole lot of insight into what goes through his mind, but his silence is very telling.
It's that glorious, precious substance that is so hard to find in this story.
Yeah.
Subtext.
And that's exactly why I love Steelhooves, because of how well K-Cat handles his inner turmoil without alluding to it too much, but without being too without beating you over the head with it, I should say.
Yeah, it's we're allowed to stew on it. It's well, what is he thinking? He's had a lot to think about.
At times it's very hard to read Steelhooves because he is a fanatic stoicist.
I mean, I guess that yeah. I suppose I'm just complaining about how everything else is so overexplained that it's just oh wow, someone who actually gives me room to breathe about the thinking, and then Little Pip fills that void anyway. God damn, will you shut up?
Right.
But yeah,
No, yeah, you were saying?
Oh, I think I was just gonna have a tangent point about how the presence of ghouls also just kind of complicates the the whole race discussion, because you do actually have people who were alive 200 years ago and were racist as shit 200 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, how much has their opinion changed?
Yeah, it's.
I guess Steelhooves is our test case for that. It's just like.
And Steelhooves' racism about ghouls is also really interesting to think about, because he's very overcompensating about his hatred towards ghouls, which I think he puts up as a front to mostly to gauge other people's thoughts on what they think about ghouls. And that's really all I have to say on that.
Yeah.
I was hoping some of you might say something, but if you don't, that's fine.
It's a possibility.
Yeah.
I suppose I hadn't been thinking that much about ghouls this volume, just because there's just so much other stuff to cover.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever actually talked about like sexuality in relation to the story, and I don't know if it has any reason to ever actually come up.
No.
I think the closest that we've ever actually come up with that with sexuality is honestly me bitching about the fact that I would never be friends with Velvet because she's a terrible pony, and that honestly she lost any and all respect that I had for her when she was queer baiting Pip because Calamity was dirty.
Yeah.
Okay,
but I had.
we'll get. Okay, so basically on our playbill here, we've got Canterlot and Velvet Remedy left. Which do we want to tackle first? Because the other one we're going to be finishing on.
Actually, now that it's come up, I want to talk about sexuality, because
okay,
I think
can cover it briefly. Yeah.
Personally, I think the only matter in which sexuality can come up in this story is Little Pip's sexuality in terms of being a lesbian, because Heartshine and I both agree that Calamity and Little Pip would make a far better couple than Pip and Homage and Velvet and Calamity. And you disagree with that, and I'm wondering if it's because you adhered to Little Pip being a lesbian. Is that why?
I mean, it's I mean, not something I've put a massive amount of thought into. I guess it's difficult to figure out, who would actually be, I'm trying to think, because when I think about, who would, Little Pip settle down well with, it's like, who would be good for her in terms of, like, relationship chemistry and, like, a long-term partner thing. I don't.
So assuming the entire party is a bunch of bisexual disaster kleptomaniacs, which they kind of are already.
Yeah.
Just the bisexuality was the part that's a little bit nebulous at this point.
Yeah. Like throw sexuality out the window. It's like I don't like the Pip and Calamity just feel kind of bro-ish. It's like they I feel like they can amplify each other's worst tendencies sometimes. And I don't know if that's like it feels like they don't like cover each other's bases quite right. I mean, that isn't to say that Pip does that with Homage. He definitely doesn't. That's not a relationship. That's a booty call.
Yeah, pretty much.
That entire relationship is highly.
Yeah.
Actually, I was talking with Roms about that, and about how Homage's relationship with her is highly exploitative on the part of Homage.
Yeah, it kind of
and
is.
And it's like when he pointed that out, that was something I hadn't thought about before, and then he mentioned it, and I was like, "Oh God, you're on point about that."
Yeah.
It's
I mean, when you I mean, the whole thing about just routinely embarrassing her on public radio, is. She's just flexing on her in front of her. That's... Oh, my God. it's no good, very bad idea.
It's not a very healthy relationship.
No.
But
I think, I know that, like, it sounds like you hadn't put a lot of thought in this first, but one of the things that I think that I thought about, and this is why, like I said, taking sexuality out of the equation and not having made Pip's orientation a focus, which, like I said, I don't mind that she's a lesbian. I appreciate that, and as someone who does my own share of butt staring and boob checking outing, like, I get it, but, like, at the same time, well, without looking at, like, actually, like, character dynamics and that sort of thing, like, honestly, like, the reason why I agree with Basic saying that, like, Pip and Calamity were basically the Harry and Hermione that never happened and should have been, of this story was just because there's this really dumb romantic notion that we have that I don't know where it comes from, that opposites attract, and while in some ways they do, similarities actually tend to attract better in relationships and actually form longer lasting relationships for the most part.
I'm not saying you're, like, selling me on it, but you're but you are like making good points, and I am thinking about this and, like, how like Calamity and Velvet isn't a very, like, well thought out relationship either. It's not necessarily, toxic in the same way that Pip and Homages is, but it is kind of, he was a boy, she was a girl, and it's like there's not really much of a.
Can it be any more obvious? Oh, God.
It's
cut that out. Cut that out.
But
I hate that I know that song. Thanks.
It does kind of there's a bit of the opposites attract, and there's a bit of the thing where it's a thing that people do when they're writing straight relationships, and they're not very good at writing relationships that they just don't think about why people are attracted to each other, and they just kind of shove the boy and the girl together. And I suppose it's like we're about to talk to in relation to Velvet Remedy, but, like, I feel like if the story had more room to expand on why Pip and Calamity hang out, it's like, I can see that. What I'm saying is, Pip Calamity is, I don't know if it's a good idea, but it's like there is more foundation there than there is for, say, Calamity and Velvet.
Yeah, Pip and Calamity have outstanding chemistry together, and like, sure, their relationship gets off to an awkward start when Calamity just shoots Pip.
Oh, that's
but, like,
it's Fallout Equestria. It's fine.
Yeah, but, like,
I mean, my parents got together, and the first time they met, my mom chucked a snowball over all of my dad's notes. But they're still married, and they've been married for 35 years, so, there's that.
Yeah, it's like every good relationship starts with that one inciting incident, and then, like, you just make amends after that, and it just goes from there. But, like, every scene between Pip and Calamity after their meeting of each other, like, they just get along like two peas in a pod, especially when they go into the stable together and they have that adventure. And then Calamity insists on, at one point, the next adventure you go on, I'm going with you. And like, there's that camaraderie between them, and they just click. And as Heartshine said, there is a myth to opposites attract, which really doesn't work between Velvet and Calamity, but similarities between Pip and Calamity is wonderful. And I think the best moment of the chemistry between Pip and Calamity comes right after the Philadelphia chapter, where Calamity touches down and says, "Well, howdy," to Zenith, and Pip literally says, "I could just kiss him right now," which she should have.
Yeah, okay. I can see that. Is that sort of like that the sort of we are on the same page about a topic that we have not previously discussed. That is like that is good synergy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think too. The other thing is that, like, the one. Well, I think of course, like he said, like, if you're not great at writing relationships in general, and you're trying to figure out how straight people work, my Wow, okay, maybe that's not even the right way to put it. But like, yeah, like trying to figure out how relationships work. Yeah.
It's like how when you were talking about Zenith earlier, it's like you can tell the author is male. It's like you can tell an author is straight by how they write relationships, just because queer people they think about it a lot more. They have to like come up with their own playbook because the society the standard playbook doesn't always work.
Yeah.
Right. Well, but the other thing that I was thinking of is that like the way that the only reason that they have I can think of that's never justified and is so subtexty that it's not really even subtext, it's just not there, is that like would be the normal, like the thing that I could see that would actually push Calamity and Velvet together, to be honest, would be the fact that they're together and they've survived a lot of these life and death situations, and there is some studies that show that basically that people who survive traumatic events together tend to find each other more attractive because they understand each other and what they've been through. And so that's why but that's like the only thing that's keeping them together. And the other studies that also show that if that's the only thing keeping you together, you're going to fail in like 5 years.
Yeah. And it also applies to Little Pip.
Yeah.
Fallout Equestria.
It does, though. But yeah, it just.
And I know there's this like really big, a strong sentiment in a lot of Fallout Equestria fans that no, don't you dare suggest that Little Pip is anything other than lesbian. And it's like, one, calm down. She's a fictional character. Two, you can be adamant about Little Pip being a lesbian and you can support the relationship she has with Homage, but like you're really not paying attention to how the relationship works between Pip and Homage.
I mean, to bring it like back, just drag this conversation back into like RIP comment section territory. I can understand where like that frustration is coming from in the sense of like why are you taking my lesbians away from me?
That LGBT representation?
Yeah, it's like if you make a straight character gay, it's like, well, there's still plenty of other straight characters there. Whereas if you make a gay character straight, that might be the show's one gay character just gone. It's not, I mean, it's not like the biggest deal in the world, but that matters to some people, and it's like I can yeah.
What? Which I like. I'm liking how like I'm the one that's like, yeah, but the lesbian in the conversation is like, yeah, but I can see it. The other way, but I also just like shipping people. So
like you've talked about how lesbian you are. I'm also queer. It's interesting the spread of opinions.
Yeah.
So that said, so would your ideal then say that we should have been Calamity and Lifebloom?
Yep.
Oh, that is wasn't expecting that. That's also like that. Okay, hear me out here.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I feel bad about that. I was just supposed to be teasing.
This is like when I was at BronyCon and someone had like a Zecora and a Gilda figure, just bashing them together, and I said, what was it? Zelda was I said, and there's like there's a ship name there now. It's like, okay, I'm writing this crack fic now. It's like that's the headspace I'm in now, where it's just like, in what universe would Calamity and Lifebloom work? And I actually thought of one in that the relationship stuff isn't actually like, it's more of a joke and sort of a mirror of like Pip and Homage and their no good bad idea of a relationship, in that you just kind of also have this parallel like booty call every time they come home. And it's just it would like, it requires a level of like nuanced relationship writing and sexual humor that I don't think it gets capable of, based on the evidence we have in the story. But it's like, I can somewhere in the multiverse this exists.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, good. I feel better about asking my question and putting you accidentally on the spot.
that's something I hadn't thought of, and it amuses me now.
I've actually put some thought into a ship between Lifebloom and Calamity, and it actually could make sense. So here's how I see it. So the Enclave is built on it's put into law that it's basically homosexuality is encouraged in the Enclave because of course they have to control the population.
Population control, yeah.
So I think that all Pegasus stallions are indoctrinated from childhood to be gay. And that that Calamity actually struggles against this gay indoctrination to be straight. And from time to time he still has gay tendencies. And then Lifebloom teases him about that.
So I love this because we're continually turning the cast into bisexual disaster collectors.
Bisexual disaster. But anyways,
oh my god.
To go back to drum thumping about, Little Pip has to be lesbian because of representation. About that. I would much rather have a healthy heterosexual relationship between Pip and Calamity than an unhealthy lesbian relationship between Pip and Homage. It's not very good optics.
I see what you mean, but there's also the thing that a lesbian relationship can also be a bad one. It's I suppose it's as much about if the text acknowledges that it's a bad relationship.
But that's the thing. The story doesn't really acknowledge their relationship as being unhealthy.
Yeah, it's kind of can we have one or the other? It's if we're gonna have a relationship that's a feel good downtime thing, then it should probably be a healthy relationship. And then it's I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, and definitely, and that's and that's kind of why like I said, I was taking the weird angle and agreeing with the Pip Lamity is kind of a cute thing. Yeah. But and I mean, again, that's my other side of it is I'll ship anything. I literally, it was basically verbally shit posting when I said, how about Lifebloom and Calamity, and then Basic posts a picture of it, and I'm like, okay, actually that's adorable as shit. Sorry.
Yeah, it is actually. Okay. We have gotten like our
so in the weeds.
Like our intrepid heroes, we have gotten way off track.
Yeah.
So, should we just segue this into Velvet Remedy and save Canterlot for last, or do you want to go to Canterlot first?
Let's save Canterlot for last, but before we get into Velvet, I just want to say, before anyone attacks me for being a homophobic straight white man, no, I'm not. I'm bisexual. I enjoy sucking cocks and taking it up the ass as any other gay man. So
I didn't want to I was gonna leave that up to you to because we're all this podcast is really gay.
Super gay.
I am gay. I am really gay. Okay. Anyways,
so, see, this will be the thing. If we went through podcast number 5 when we do volume 5, we need to find the one straight FOE writer.
I mean,
implying
to join us, and they can be the minority.
I mean, we had Fuzzy last time. I don't know what he's. I don't know. Let's not cast aspersions.
So and if Velvet was written out of the picture, then it definitely would be Pip Lamity in the story all the way.
Yeah. I mean, even if it's just kind of
Velvet, I hate her. She's a fucking bitch, and she should have died to the slavers in the first act of the story.
That's that is in my notes, but yeah. Okay, so.
I was gonna say mine too. Mine says Jesus Christ, just kill Velvet. Seriously, she clearly has a death wish. Just let her go.
And that is the most hilarious thing because we all independently came to this conclusion.
We all independently came to this. It was this story would be better if she was dead. But yeah, Velvet is kind of awful. This entire volume, it starts in this volume anyway with there's that conversation about strategy and Aldolni, and Velvet is just completely ignored by everyone. It's like she's yelling to try and like get people's attention, and they just ignore her. It's like, I mean, it also comes back to this stuff about ethics, where it's like this is the character who the story just affords no dignity and just decides is wrong, and just never gives her the time of day. And it's, I don't know if this is a thing that was intentional by the author, but when they're sneaking around later, after it turns out that sniping off the Hellhounds attracted more of them, Little Pip is like floating Velvet along behind her like a child, or like an item in her inventory.
Yeah.
And like I could, there's possibly like, she might not be that good at sneaking, but also it's like, after treating her opinion like a child, it's like
which I think kind of gets into some of the like not great characterization of her. One of the things that I've always mentioned about Velvet is, honestly, she just really quickly loses any sort of character agency.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, yeah.
And it really is unfortunate for her, like, because I think that it really hurts her as a character, because if she had any like actual agency, like, I think I would be less disinclined to be like, no, please let her die so I don't have to deal with this anymore.
Yeah,
and a lot more like, okay, no, she has some points, but instead she's just like the damsel in distress that runs around and does dumb things and then tries to die, and then people keep saving her for reasons beyond our mortal comprehension.
Yeah, she kind of succumbs to the fact pacifism is trafficking with the enemy, and
which.
Until such point as like we get to Arbu, and then suddenly her morality is just all that like compassion, kindness, healing stuff is just like, oh now it's time for purge Velvet. And
the problem is that then that also turns what should have been like her crowning moment of awesome, like, which is dealing with the Raiders post Canterlot, where she comes across as extremely cold, where she's like, I don't kill ponies, and I feel like I still haven't.
Yeah,
and like, you just did, bitch. You killed like 6 with a shotgun at short range.
Like you have been fully converted to the the
murder hobo,
the fascist ideology of the story,
and it's
your perspective has been entirely disregarded now, Velvet. You are one of us.
It's interesting, Hart, that you bring up this disregard for raiders as actual opponents, because I'm reminded of this Polish mercenary. When asked what it felt like to take human life, he said, I wouldn't know, I've only ever killed communists. That's exactly how Velvet feels towards raiders.
And that's the thing is that, like,
very worrying mindset.
Well, yeah, but like what Fuzzy was saying is that you have that ideology of like, oh boy, these people aren't really people, and it's like, no, they're still people. Like, they're fucked up people, and I wouldn't exactly invite them to dinner. But the fact of the matter is that, like, God, and like, this kind of gets back in the tone argument that I always get into, I swear, every time that we have a podcast. But like, and every time I talk about Fallout Equestria with other people, it's like there's an aspect in the show of friendship is magic that just gets so tossed to the wayside throughout every single like Fallout Equestria story that I think I've ever read that drives me up a goddamn wall, because it's one of those things where their first thought should be, is there a way we can fix this, that we can make friends with this? And if we can't, well, then it's rainbow lasers and, well, in this case, shotguns. But that's never an option in here. The option is, well, these aren't actually people, so it's okay.
Yeah, and
I don't know if I mentioned this in the last podcast, but check out Make Love Not War. On sale now. But
I've been trying to toss that into Speak as well, not to throw out my own horn, but now that we've had our own,
we're all authors here. We've got books to sell.
Mine isn't prison yet, but I'm not done with it. So
so yeah, there's that. And also, there's her behavior in Canterlot, which is just kind of dumb. like
Oh god, the Ministry of Peace scene.
Yeah, the part where she rushes on stage
God.
into the cloud, and it's like,
just let her die.
Yeah.
Please, let her melt into the floor.
as
I'm fine with that.
Calamity's just like, no, we've got to go in there and save her, and Pip's just like, no, let her go. You know, she knows what she's doing. Just like,
She needs to do this.
There.
This is catharsis.
Yeah, I mean oh god, there's like ideas that the story brings up and then doesn't really do a whole lot with, of like bleed with the memory orbs, and I feel like if the story had more of a subplot with that, and like maybe Pip was being, you know, finding herself, you know, parroting things of, you know, she's seen in memory orbs, then maybe this might actually carry a bit more weight. But because if any of that's been happening, it's been happening off screen in Velvet's head where we can't see it. Velvet just looks like a crazy person.
I think the Ministry of Peace scene is Velvet's shining moment of stupid. Because throughout the story, she's just been losing herself to this memory orb, and then little Pip rightly calls her out on her bullshit, to which I think unfairly Velvet throws back at Pip. Oh, well, you've been on Mentats as an addiction, so you don't have any right. It's like,
yes,
this is a perfect example of whataboutism.
Yep.
Well, actually, also the funny thing to me is, so that's not only is a perfect example of whataboutism, it's exactly a response that you would hear from an addict being confronted about something they're addicted to. And it's like, she's like, well, you're addicted to this. Bitch, then I know what addiction looks like.
Yeah.
God, I hate Velvet so much. I hate her.
Oh my god. I mean, I don't know what else there is to add to this scene, because it's just dumb.
Yeah.
Like it's like, I feel like it was meant to be some kind of like climactic payoff, but it just kind of is. And then for the like, just like after all these shenanigans in Arbu and the Fluttershy's cottage is just like she then goes on to be the element of kindness.
Well,
how is
you have to remember, this is the same logic where someone who says being honest means knowing when not to be is the element of honesty.
Oh yeah, these the elements where each element just kind of completely defeats the object of their own exercise in some key way.
Mm-hmm.
and Pip spends this entire time going, corrupted kindness and that sort of thing, and I'm like sitting here going, is that exactly what the new elements are? Because that's kind of how it feels.
Yeah.
Except for Ditzy Doo, because Ditzy is
pure
and blameless.
She's fine.
So Horse brought up something about little Pip having to float Velvet along because she doesn't know how to sneak. I have a theory about that, actually. I think that Velvet is in reality a fat ass, and that's why she can't sneak properly, and Pip has to float her around. But through the bias of Pip's eyes and her infatuation with Velvet, she sees Velvet as not being a fat land whale.
Oh, God.
I shouldn't be laughing at this, but
it's kind of into like the peak the Photok meme territory by now.
I'm sorry, I just really hate Velvet, and I will take every opportunity to shit on her. But I think we should take this opportunity to bring up a few more of your notes, Horse, about how the story could be improved with Velvet's removal.
just about to get onto that.
Yes.
Because it turns out my summary of like reasons Velvet is shit is just a kind of like, yeah, here's a bunch of the stupid things that she does in this volume, and it's like, well, now we're at the end of that list. So, I reasoned out a few ideas as to why, how the story would improve if, say, let's say, they get to just do my Ben Shapiro. Let's say.
No.
Let's say they get to the slave camp in like chapter 3, I think it is.
Yep.
And Velvet either dies on screen or is dead by the time they get there.
Mm-hmm.
The point is that like they go to rescue her and they fail. So this changes a number of things. First of all, now Little Pip has a personal motivation for going after Red Eye instead of just kind of vague moral indignation. And I mean, even if you change very little else about the story other than the necessary mechanical changes to like remove Velvet from everything else that's happening, which is probably not that much, to be honest, it sort of, it's like, well, now it's personal, and that just makes for a more compelling story. The relationship between Little Pip and Calamity that we've talked about earlier, that has to pick up the slack. So now we might actually, because I feel like the I don't want it to seem like I'm contradicting myself by like complaining about subtext not being left to subtext and then complaining about a thing not being on screen. But like I feel like we don't really get we don't really understand why Pip and Calamity hang out with each other, just that they do. And I feel like if with Velvet Remedy not there, they have there's more time where they that is the main character relationship, and
and their relationship can be explored.
Yeah, and just the eyebrow noises.
Eyebrow noises.
Zenith becomes less redundant without Velvet there, because now the party doesn't have a healer for a long time, and I suppose this also has like also Zenith aside, the rhythm of the story in combat has a lot of let's just run in, blow all our combat resources and nearly fucking die, and then Velvet just comes along and patches us up, and it's a rhythm that sort of robs the tension of like attrition out of their adventures. I think I mentioned this like a couple of podcasts ago about how like if this was as realistic as they want it to be, then why didn't Pip get like an infection from like one cut back in Stable 16 and fucking die?
Well, yeah, that I actually had a comment on that, because that kind of briefly comes up as a point later in the Crusaders chapter where they meet the Wasteland Crusaders, and my comment on there was in which Little Pip realizes she's a dumb horse because running into battle while badly wounded is probably a terrible plan.
Yeah, and I just feel like it, the sort of removing the threat of long-term consequences from basically every action encounter for most of the story, just kind of it ties into something I'll get to when we get to Canterlot. But basically, if they don't have a healer on hand for most of the story, and the healer they get later is a lot less immediate, like it's just like potions and salves and stuff, and they heal over time, suddenly the Wasteland feels a lot more dangerous because the mistakes have bigger consequences. So that just like adds much needed tension to a lot of the action scenes. Related to the party, without Velvet, the party no longer has a member whose point of view they just disregard because they don't care.
Yeah.
And that's we'd like actually it would be nice if all of the people at the table were there for a reason, and sort of related to this, without Velvet there, the idea of Velvet can hang over the story instead. And that's, I think, the more important part. Because it kind of turns Velvet into this idealized symbol of like a better self, because it's like she doesn't reach the point where she has to turn into a complete and total hypocrite and talk about purging the mutated flesh out of Arbu, because she would have died without compromising her principles of I am a medic, I am going out to heal people, I am healing people, I have died in the process, but I am healing people. And this, I feel like that would just be like a more valuable contribution to the story than having a whiny supply of medical supplies and the barter skill who has inconvenient opinions that don't matter to the party.
Which I think actually, now that you're mentioning that, that would have actually had a lot more impact on the story than like basically what we got, which is kind of something similar, but it's only Velvet's thing about being like Fluttershy.
Yeah.
Which in and of itself isn't necessarily the best thing, because at several points we're dealing with not only, the consequences of Fluttershy, but like very early in the chapter there's a scene where basically Fluttershy is basically begging Rarity to kill her after she's given up the mega spells, and it's like, are you sure this is someone you really want to
yeah.
follow? I have some concerns if that's your idea of a good time.
Concern.gif.
Yes.
It does kind of shift the, I suppose, a better version of the dynamic between Velvet and Fluttershy of just kind of having this, ghost of a better self. It shifts that to Pip and Velvet, where it's like, Pip, instead of, angsting about whatever Pip can angst about, well, what would Velvet do? And like maybe that could be like the counter to the more murderous impulses. And maybe that could even, become like a bone of contention between Pip and Calamity to like give their relationship more grist for the mill, so to speak. Is that they, Pip is still got like that kind of soft, stable dweller instinct of like, well, things like compassion and due process, and what about those? And Calamity is just like, what the fuck are you talking about, Pip? You shoot the bandits. It's not hard. And they'd have to work through that. And that's interesting.
Yeah. And to add on to that, I just thought of this. With Velvet's death, this could actually give Pip an excuse and make Velvet's Pip-Buck more useful, because then with Velvet's death weighing on Pip's mind, she could turn to Velvet's Pip-Buck, and there could be like dozens of logs and entries and just thoughts of Velvet, and that could be what Pip bases some of her more humane actions on, of thinking, okay, well, this is a list of all the good things Velvet has done that she's recorded, and then Pip could think of herself, well, what would Velvet do in this situation? And as you sort of alluded to, Velvet would become to Pip what Fluttershy becomes to Velvet, which, speaking of, I fucking hate Velvet, and I fucking hate Fluttershy.
Well, I love Fluttershy, but
that part where we just exchange one problem for another.
Yeah, this story is mainly the reason why I fucking hate Fluttershy so much.
Not because of any of her characters and her characterization in the show, but because of everybody.
Yes, because honestly, that's kind of what season 1 Fluttershy was set out to be. Is like,
no, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
No, not yeah.
And even when they go to the Ministry of Peace and they go to that boardroom where Fluttershy wrote "Care," which is communally assured reciprocal peace. No, reciprocal existence. That's it. God, that is such a fucking retarded mentality to have.
Well, it's mutually assured destruction, just with a horse happy face stuck on.
Yeah, it's very flawed thinking. I mean, like,
well, yeah, it's almost like mutually assured destruction was kind of mad.
Okay, see, I'm of the opinion that an armed society is a polite society, but that doesn't mean... Okay, right. So...
It doesn't mean everybody should have balefire.
Taking this train of thought to its logical extreme, I believe that everyone, and I mean everyone, should own recreational nukes. In an ideal world, no one would fuck with each other. No one would fuck with each other in the real world, but all it takes is one insane motherfucker to think, you know what? Fuck all of you. We're all going to die. I hate everyone, and I'm fucking crazy. And that's exactly what the zebras did. Because they were fucking crazy and psychotic enough to think, you know what? Fuck this shit, I'm out. and they just write the death letter for the entire world. Whereas Fluttershy was thinking of it, if both sides have mega spells to heal each other, then there'll be no need to fight. Then they have to stop fighting. But Fluttershy's a fucking retard, and that's why I hate her. Because you don't give weapons to a society that hates your guts on an instinctual level.
See that
well, especially. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it kind of it sort of it reminds me of the assumptions the story makes about how there are people who cannot be reasoned with and must be destroyed.
Definitely,
and it's like Fluttershy is like another casualty of this. It's like the story is saying, look what happens if you try to be peaceful. You just die. And it's like, story, did you really think about this?
There's the comparison of mutually assured destruction, which is basically the reason, the theory is the reason why we've, thankfully not nuked ourselves into oblivion. But the fact of the matter is that, like, one of the things I think we run into, too, is with her doing this, God, yeah, there's, obviously she's been kind of handed the idiot ball, but yeah, you're right. At the same time, it's also that, well, see, there's people that can't be reasoned with, but then, like, in the same breath, when you get, there's things that can't be reasoned with, she also gets, like, more information about, like, the zebra's point of view, and, like, all the other stuff that, like, the Ministry of Awesome was doing, and how, like, Rarity was thinking about, like, soul-jarring armor.
Yeah, it's...
And that sort of thing. And, like, with finding the prophecy in Zebra Town, like, one of the things that Pip even thinks to herself is she's like, no wonder Fluttershy's plan failed horribly. It had nothing to do with the fact that, it had nothing to do with the fact that the zebras were unreasonable.
Yeah.
They were just backed into a corner.
Yeah.
And they didn't have an option.
Because it's the difference between the zebras and the raiders. Because the raiders, the story, as far as the story is concerned, the raiders are non-persons. The zebras, there is that whole thing about when Luna gets involved, the war escalates for we believe cultural reasons into an existential struggle, and it's like I can see the story writing itself into a point where, from the zebra's perspective, destroying the world is a preferable option to letting their Nightmare Moon win. It's it's yeah.
Yeah.
So
well, preferable to letting Nightmare Moon win, or dealing with the fact that, like, again, it's that issue of tech progression. Like, eventually it gets to the point where, realistically, if your enemy has advanced to the point where you cannot keep up with them from a tactical perspective, well, do you have an option? Do you have a choice?
Yeah. And it's from that same point of view that I feel Steelhooves' prejudice towards zebras is entirely justified.
Every zebra, though?
The vast majority of zebras. Because you have to admit, the regional zebras that exist in Equestria are the minority.
I don't. I suppose we're relying on the accounts of Midnight Shower here for that. I feel like I'd need to go back and read stuff. I feel like we're kind of sliding back into a previous topic here, so when we've still got Canterlot to get through.
Right, yeah, that's still weighing heavily on my mind. We still haven't gotten Canterlot yet.
So
I did just kind of want to get into Glyphmark one last time, because I actually forgot about the notes I had written down for the prophecy that was found in
so I suppose
jail cell.
You're welcome.
So, let me just pull that up again real quick, because it was actually really good. By the light of our stars we illuminate your end, and shine on the graves of all zebra kind. 100,000 nightmares will descend upon you. The armies of our dark child will fill the skies, and foes from impenetrable cities will fall upon all your lands. Shielded by armor crafted from their very souls, rejoice with us, for every single one of you shall die. So,
happy.
As with most prophecies, they're vague and open to interpretation. As I've already established, everything I say is right, so here's my interpretation of this prophecy. So, 100,000 nightmares will descend upon you. This is obviously referring to the missiles and the mega spells and the balefire bombs dropping all over Equestria. Now, the armies of our dark child, that's capitalized, dark child, will fill the skies. I'm honestly not sure what dark child refers to here. And foes from impenetrable cities will fall upon all your lands. Impenetrable cities. Now, I don't know about you two, but when I think of impenetrable cities, the first thing that comes to mind are the stables. Because they are cities and they are impenetrable. But foes from impenetrable cities will fall upon all your lands. That's very confusing to me, but it's the next line that I've really focused in on. Shielded by armor crafted from their very souls. Okay, so, this line. This line is not referring to the Steel Rangers, because Applejack adamantly refused Rarity's research on soul jars. So it can't be the Steel Rangers and their armor. But if we take into account that impenetrable cities refers to the stables, shielded by armor crafted from their very souls, this is what makes me believe that Applebloom got involved in soul jar magic, and she got it from Zecora, and it's been used throughout every project she worked on, and that explains why the SPP towers are very resilient, and they haven't suffered any damage over 200 years. That would explain why Little Pip's Pip-Buck could take a light machine round, or I'm sorry, an anti-machine round, and survive a shot from that. And also how she keeps finding computers that are still running 200 years later, which is backed up by the fact during the phone call between Applebloom and Sweetie Belle, where it's like two sides of a conversation. Applebloom called Sweetie Belle to talk about Applejack's assassination attempt in the coma, and Sweetie Belle overhears Fluttershy crying to Rarity about being called a traitor. It's like all these things happening in one phone call. And Applebloom makes an offhand remark of like, oh, I bet I could make better computers than the ones that are out on the market right now. So, yeah, those are my thoughts on the prophecy in Glyphmark, or I'm sorry, Zebratown. I know.
It could also be a reference. I was just thinking it could also be a reference to Raptors and Thunderheads.
This is also true. The armies of our dark child, where the Pegasi embrace the Shadow Bolts from the very first episode of the series, where they're like Nightmare Moon's cronies, but not really.
Mm-hmm. And Rainbow Dash stated that she specifically did that because it freaked them out.
Yep.
Psychological warfare, yay!
So yeah, that's all I had to say. I know that's a lot to take in, and I know it's a hard pill to swallow, but yeah.
I guess I just hadn't thought about the prophecy too much in terms of like what it literally refers to. I mean, it's one of the details that didn't jump out at me as much, so I don't have as much to say about it really.
You know, actually thinking about it now that I'm like reprocessing things, actually no, that makes a lot more sense of thinking that the reference, because it's a prophecy and that was kind of an impetus for things, and considering that there's been some suggestions that a lot of the zebras had similar things happening back at home, it would be interesting to me to see whether or not, like, if one of the things that was repeatedly mentioned that as still the reason why the Equestrians were still winning the war was because air superiority is a thing.
Yep.
And yeah, that being a potential future for them of, you know, if the Equestrians had been able to like ramp up their Raptor and like Thunderhead production, I mean, we see later in the story in the fifth volume like just how much damage a single Raptor can do by itself. You know, and, you know, the indication is there's somewhere around like 50 to 60 that are remaining basically after the war ended. And then there's 4 of these Thunderheads, which are like that on steroids. And half the time that I always think of Thunderheads, I think of like basically like a gold Hatak mothership floating on clouds, which is a horrifying image. But like, you know, that sort of thing, like there's 4 that survives that, and it blows up a bunch of them. But like, the fact of the matter is those things are...
Doesn't one blow up another one? Just
yes,
because
one blows up another one.
We'll get into the stupid stuff next podcast.
Yeah, but basically, like that's a horrifying thought of like seeing those things, and you know how massive these Thunderheads would be. You know, I don't know. That just it makes a lot more sense, and that, you know, that would be the zebra fear of equestrian air superiority. So,
absolutely. Anyways, I'm sorry to distract us further. I just had to talk about that. It was burning in my mind.
Well, we're here to talk about the story, and you know.
So, anyways, so you said you had some like very direct notes about Canterlot.
Oh yeah, they're actually quite succinct for such a long chapter.
Yeah.
So the first is actually something I've mentioned in previous podcasts, which is it's sort of adjacent to the writing style stuff, which is the idea of writing scenes with gameplay tension instead of narrative tension. The whole rhythm of going room to room, clearing enemies, and then moving on to the next one. There's a lot of that in Canterlot. Stuff like Grandpa Rattle's "Kissed by Luna" perk. It's stuff that just takes you out of it.
Yeah.
There's the stuff that takes you out of it like that, and then there's just the stuff that feels like we covered this already. I won't dwell on it. Just the whole transcribing the rhythm of a game, or trying to emulate the rhythm of the game, and it feels bad. But I suppose that leads into the main point I have about Canterlot, which is that it there's a lot of like shock content in Canterlot, but there's not a lot of tension. And I feel like
what do you mean by shock content?
The people die in extremely horrible ways in Canterlot, and it's obviously that's the idea. Mm-hmm. There's I was just like reading stuff about like I think the thing that really made my skin crawl was the air pressure going up, and just it's all pretty grisly stuff, and like that makes sense. They're going to Canterlot, they're basically going to hell. But my problem with this is that this is sort of a missed opportunity to have this section be basically a horror section, just because the way the rhythm of their journey through Canterlot goes, it lacks sort of the tense downtime. We instead have a tedious slog from one plot and backstory artifact to the next, with a cavalcade of pain in between. And
this chapter really would have done better if you would have cut it at every memory orb.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And
one, not only just so it wasn't a, what is it, 50,000
and thankfully that's exactly what Crazed Rambling does.
Yeah.
He sorts the reading by memory orb.
Yeah. Like that does make it like easier to like get through in chunks. But even then I feel like a lot of stuff can just be cut. Well, it's like stuff could be like cut around and rearranged. Like we don't need scene after scene after scene of my organs are failing, my eyes are bleeding, static is killing me. It's the story like fixates on the suffering of the party so long and so repeatedly that it just kind of robs it of any narrative power that it might have. Like I feel like.
But Horace, don't you know that suffering is character development?
Oh God.
Yeah, I just feel like we would have had like a much more engaging dungeon crawl through Canterlot if we'd instead had like brief bursts of just this intense danger and peril interspersed between longer sequences of like threat, because there are quiet moments, like there's the bit in the school where they're just like before everything shows up, and there's like the bit with the using the shield spell like a duck and cover thing, mm-hmm. which is kind of cute. It's a nice little bit of humor that actually lands. But those like or like in the Ministry of Arcane Sciences, which is almost like a puzzle box of a sequence. It's there isn't like that much threat that I didn't feel much threat in reading those sequences. It's just kind of when I press T, it tells me how long I want to wait, not like how many enemies there are nearby, or not that there are enemies nearby. And yeah.
I was thinking that you'd mentioned earlier that like that there's a lost opportunity in like the horror scene aspect of this, and because actually like the thing that really creeped me out about this entire thing was her mentioning going through the Ministry of Peace, and there's nothing.
Yeah, I guess there's like, yeah, I mean, I was kind of waiting for it's like, when's stuff gonna burst out of the walls, because they'd just gone through the school and it was all ghoul children and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's like mutated angel bunny.
Yeah, I mean
something, I don't know.
I mean it's not like completely absent of threat, but it just felt like it could have been better constructed to maximize the sort of the build and release cycle of like threat and then the scare. It's like we don't get like creaky noises that put everyone on edge and just kind of remind them to stop arguing in circles about nothing about lunch. God damn it! It's like they are the fact that they can just sit there and like be horny at each other and have fights about nothing, and it doesn't really like they don't lose anything by that. Just kind of makes the downtime sequences feel like, oh well, we might as well be in town.
Right, which yeah, like I said, that's why like the horror aspect would have been a lot more interesting to see that, like the alicorn that shows up, and I know the alicorn that's in like that's near where Calamity's captured in the Ministry
the one that's chained up and talking to itself.
Yeah, the one that's referencing, it's basically referencing God and Dog from Dead Money, but like that thing escaping and then following them.
That would have been cool.
From Resident Evil 3 would have just been fantastic.
That would have been, yeah.
Because especially since it's been like exposed to so much radiation and necromantic energy, this thing just is basically like, hi, coming through the wall, there's not anything you can do about it except run.
Or like Mr. X from Resident Evil 2.
Yeah.
Oh God, Mr. X, no. I still have nightmares about that.
The one for me was the one in Resident Evil 4, the dude with the bag on his head and the chainsaw.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Yeah.
What? As long as you shot him with a shotgun enough, he was less of an issue. But
oh wait, there was another one later on, the regenerating thing.
Yeah, the regenerators. Fuck the regenerators.
We've all...
That breathing sound is going to haunt my nightmares for life.
But yeah, because I feel like that reference could have been used a lot better as well. Because there's this other I mentioned about like bleed with the memory orbs. Because there's also elements of like they could have really run with something really, skin crawling and creepy with the idea of like the telepathy and the sort of the dissolving of individuality in the alicorns and how that kind of breaks down in Canterlot, but it's still not completely gone. And there's a lot of like really interesting like creepy things you could do with that, and they just don't. It's At
best, it's used for a trans joke when one alicorn says, "I remembered I used to be a stallion."
Yeah.
Yeah, that throwaway line actually kind of was one of those things where I was like, hey, you've got like LGBT representation. Never mind, you're being shitty about this. I don't like this at all.
It's like, oh yeah, it's 2011. I forgot. Also in the scene with that alicorn, this is also where the room is filling with hydrogen, and we just have like a helium joke, and I have mixed feelings about the presence of the levity in this scene, where it's just like, yeah, I mean, like moments of levity should probably be thrown into Canterlot somewhere, but it feels like a casualty of the priorities of the chapter, which is to cover all the bases lore-wise, and have like a compelling tension release cycle secondary. Like, because in between...
I mean, I'm all for alicorn fart jokes, but yeah, that just...
I mean, we have... Also, would hydrogen actually do the squeaky voice thing? I don't know.
Well, I mean...
helium would.
But, yeah. I mean, hydrogen is far lighter than helium, so yeah, by logic, it would do that.
Well, it's the density is the thing. I don't know. We'd have to, like, ask... chemist or something, but
real quick, a quick shout out to Crazed Rambling for actually doing a pitch shift for the audiobook to replicate that effect.
Yeah.
So kudos to him.
Also, what the fuck? They're filling their airships with hydrogen?
Well, yeah. What else are you gonna fill your dirigibles with?
Helium.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hydrogen is lighter than helium.
Yes, it is, but
it also explodes.
Helium is less exploding. See the Hindenburg.
That was just a one-time thing.
Hydrogen only explodes once. We got that out of the way.
I'm pretty sure that was also the thing that took down the USS Akron and another USS something that was one of the Navy's airships that we had for a while, and then decided they were a terrible idea.
So that was kind of my main point about Canterlot, is just like that there's like potential here, and it sort of went begging in favor of more loot hunt, and also just the length of it. Just my brain just turned to fuzz halfway through, and it's just like I can't keep track of everything here.
It's by the time
too much. I feel sick.
By the time I got to chapter 37, like I was so fed up with volume 4, because like it had taken so long to get to this major plot point that I kind of stopped caring. And okay.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about volume 4. Everything up until this point has been about Red Eye, and it was a great story. And then volume 4 shifts more towards the goddess, and it just kind of lost its way, and it made me lose interest because it didn't make the goddess interesting. There wasn't a whole lot of diving into the mythology and just the creation of the goddess and the story with her, which K-Cat could have done that. We could have gotten some more narrative building with the goddess, but that would have been like even more distracting for the story. So
the backstory is in there. I just feel like it would have been more prominent if it was less cluttered with crap.
Yes,
like how in the MAS we get the development diaries of the stealth suit. I was like, is this really necessary?
Yeah.
Do we have to stop and?
Yeah.
Yeah, the stealth suit, like, especially since, like, I don't know, the stealth suit, actually, that entire scene drove me nuts, because, like, it was one of those things where I was sitting there thinking, like, if you're going to give her, basically, like, I understand, like, you know, in Old World Blues, you get the stealth suit and you have to pick up the pieces and put it together, but, like, that would be one thing if that was what she was getting, but she just ended up getting, like, the gem for it. And the little spell thing for the pip or the stealth buck Mark II, and I'm like, why did you need to give me like 5 pages of dev diaries on this? I don't care.
Oh, and also gay representation! Yay!
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Where was the gay representation?
Okay, so in the journal of the development of the stealth suit, the journal alludes to 2 stallions having an affair.
Oh, okay. I remember there being like a thing about like there's like workplace fraternizing and maybe they shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they were both stallions, but you know.
Yes, yeah, they were stallions.
I mean the story largely takes the obsidian approach to sexuality, which is just let people be gay and let's just move on. And
yes,
I like that. It's just,
me too.
We've got too much else. We've got too much else to talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't. Surely there must be something else we have to talk about with Canterlot other than like, oh my god, it's so long.
Yeah. It's a lot. Okay, let's talk about the Ministry of Awesome and the linchpin that plays for the rest of the story with the introduction of the Enclave.
This is the part where like my you know the Monty Python sketch where there's like the big fat guy and he's just like how I fat thin slice. That was me with this story by the time I got to the Ministry of Awesome. So like my recollection of this part of the story is incredibly hazy.
Okay, so the Ministry of Awesome Warehouse is where we get a little bit more insight into the Single Pegasus project, where they talk about Rainbow Dash's plan with, okay, it's supposed to be controlled by one pony. I made some changes to the Crusader mainframe. I don't want any of that nonsense of uploading your brain into a computer and thinking it's a pony, which was addressed in the game Soma, which is great, by the way. You should play Soma.
I think I own that, actually.
But basically, there's no such thing as uploading one's brain. It's just making a copy and uploading that data into a hard drive. But anyways, Little Pip makes the comment that the suspended animation pod was never used. And this deeply confuses me, because is the suspended animation pod inside the Ministry of Awesome hub in Canterlot, or is this the suspended animation pod in the SPP tower in Navarro, where Little Pip eventually finds Celestia? That's my question. Where is it? Is this pod actually located inside the Ministry of Awesome?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think the implication was that it is installed in Navarro.
Okay. So that confuses me, because if that's the case, I thought Celestia went inside the animation pod while simultaneously linking herself into the Crusader mainframe and putting her soul jar into the computer.
Because isn't the mainframe in Navarro?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So, well,
no.
this is fucking okay. I guess we'll just
much like trekking through Canterlot to retrieve the Black Book. This is a part of the plot that to actually reach it, you have to put yourself through such an ordeal that by the time you get there, you've no idea what's happening.
Yeah, it's.
Congratulations, K-Cat. You've written Canterlot in such a way that by the time we get to the end of it, we feel the same way the characters do.
Yeah, really.
We'd like 3 days of rest, and our bodies feel like we've been traumatized and beaten up.
Oh, God. And
my tablet pen is fused to my hand.
My book is fused to my hand. I don't like this.
and the worst part about Volume 5 is every chapter is upwards of 15,000 words.
Oh, man.
In fact, three of the chapters average at 30,000 words each.
Jesus Christ.
Except now I'm feeling bad because most of my chapters average between 10 and 15, but...
I mean, that's good.
I mean, total quantity is also a thing. Like Broken Sky, all my chapters are like in that range, but there's only going to be 7-8 of them total. So
okay, that's fair, but I don't know, but not all. Like I said, not all of them are like that, but some of them get up there, and I'm like,
so,
the 30,000 word chapters. I'm just,
it's like,
when does this thing end?
Yeah.
How do you even fill that? Like,
it's I think by the time K-Cat reached Volume 5. He was just in a rush to get everything done and wrapped up, so that's why the chapters are so fucking long.
I mean, I would have thought that would cause them to shrink, but I don't
No.
know. I suppose, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, we covered the Ministry of Arcane Science, we covered the Ministry of Awesome. Rarity employs snips and snails to cut up her soul into 43 pieces. Why are snips and snails included? Because they were in Season 1.
Yeah. Just the reminder that this was written in Season 1, we've only got so much lore to work with. I do actually... it did occur to me reading the conversation between snips and snails. This is actually pretty... that sounds like them, you know?
It does, yeah.
The character... It's that rare thing in Season 1 fan fiction where the dynamic between two characters is...
their only character.
That wasn't the sentence I was saying.
Okay.
The dynamic between two characters is transferred into the story without just quoting the show verbatim.
Oh God, there are so many parts in this story where the show is quoted verbatim.
It's
kind of annoying.
I mean, there is like a reference that is just kind of a little on the. It was like, wow, you really remember this one throwaway line you said when you were a kid, thing. Yeah. But it's only one line. The rest of it is just kind of the, you've got your Rosencrantz and Guildenstern here.
Yeah.
Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead.
Yeah. I did really enjoy the Pinkie Pie memory orb where little Pip is like in on the conversation between Pinkamena and her soul reflection. Yeah. I personally enjoyed that scene. That was good, and it's a really good setup for the climax of the story.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really all I have to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, I remember like passing note on that scene, and it's just, but not like anything massively conclusive. It's just kind of, this is a thing. I'm not sure how to feel about it. It's a little weird.
Yeah.
Pinky logic. Don't question it.
It's it's characterizations of Pinkie Pie that just kind of rest on her, like just breaking reality and stuff. And it's like I'm not a massive fan of lol random Pinkie. I feel like there is like more to her character that a lot of authors just don't bother with because they just want to make her a clown. But it's we got to be wrapping this up soon, so I won't dwell on it. Yeah.
One last thing I'll say about this volume. in regards to the very end of Chapter 38 is when the Enclave just show up without any foreshadowing. They're just there. And that really pisses me off. Like, it's cool to have the Enclave show up, and it does make sense that the Enclave would come to the goddess, because, like, we're trying to work against Red Eye. But, like, there's no lead up to it. There's no foreshadowing. They're just there. And it's honestly kind of lazy.
I mean...
Yeah, it's like I said that with the thing about earlier about the way them just showing up and being like, "Hi, we're the Enclave. You are being rescued. Please do not resist." Where did you guys come from?
Yeah.
We've always been here.
I'm sure we're going to have a lot to talk about with the Enclave next time.
Yo, yeah. God, fucking Enclave. God damn it. Yeah, that's...
The Enclave ruined Pegasi.
Yeah,
For Pegasi.
That's all I have to say, and I don't really have any closing thoughts other than fuck Volume 4. It needs to be rewritten, it needs to be more streamlined and more coherent.
In conclusion, Fallout Equestria Volume 4 is a land of contrasts.
Yes.
It is a land of contrasts. Too many contrasts. Several of which probably should have been not contrasts.
It's like...
Yeah.
Is this just going to be it, like, downhill from here, where we're just like, the entire rest of this read through is just going to be like, stop, please, I can't take anymore.
I feel like Horse, like, though you just saying, like, generally just being like, is kind of like a really good way of just describing the general feel of us at the end of this.
Yep. Do any of you have any closing thoughts or anything else you want to say?
Not really.
I don't really think
I think we should learn from Volume 4 and not delay in
quit while we're ahead.
Bringing this to a conclusion.
Well, that is a wrap for the Roundtable Review Volume 4. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you, Heartshine. Thank you, Captain Horse. Next time on the Roundtable Review, I can't believe Steel Hooves is fucking dead.